We'll get started shortly. Okay, I think we have everyone connected, so we'll go ahead and get started this morning. Welcome, everyone. My name is Mel Barnes. I am Governor Evers' Chief Legal Counsel and the chair of his Pardon Advisory Board. I'm going to go through a couple of housekeeping notes. I'm going to introduce my fellow board members, and then we will get started hearing from all of you this morning. So first up, just a reminder that today's hearing is being live streamed via Wisconsin Eye and YouTube. For that reason, we'll ask you to keep yourself muted and your video off until it is your turn to be heard by the board. That'll allow us to focus on the person who's talking and make sure we have good, clear audio. If you do run into any IT issues with Zoom, whether it's video or your sound's not working, don't worry, someone from the team will reach out and help you troubleshoot. If we need to come back to you because technology is not cooperating when it's your turn, we will absolutely do that. Otherwise, we will call folks up in the order listed on the agenda and open meeting notice. And each applicant will have about 5 minutes with the board total. We'll ask you to spend the first 3 of those minutes speaking to the questions that we sent you in advance of today's hearing. As a reminder, those are to first, please provide us with a brief summary of your offense and how your sentence went. We're not here to retry the crime. You don't need to minimize your involvement. We just want to hear from you in your own words what happened. Second, to give us a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, community involvement, employment, essentially where you're at now and how your life is different than the time of your offense. And then finally, third, a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. Once you spend about 3 minutes speaking to those questions, we'll open it up to any other questions from the board. Don't read too much into it either way if we have questions or if we don't. We do have all of your application materials. As you know, that's quite a bit of content and we've spent a lot of time with those. So sometimes everything's covered there and in your presentation, but if board members do have questions, we want to make sure we get to those so that we can make a thorough recommendation to the governor. Once you're done answering any questions we have for you, you're welcome to sign off and leave the Zoom hearing. Once everyone's been heard, the board will meet in closed session to decide whether or not to recommend your application to the governor. You need a majority support of board members present in order for your application to be forwarded on, and then the governor will make a final decision about granting or rejecting your application. Either way, you'll hear about the outcome of today's hearing in about a month or two. So I know that you've all been very patient just to get to this step, and we thank you for waiting just a little bit longer so that we can ensure we make that thorough recommendation to the governor. So with that, we'll go ahead and introduce our board members and get started hearing from all of you. So with us in the Zoom today, we have board member Reverend Jerry Hancock, who is the director of the Prison Ministry Project. He previously served as a public defender, a deputy district attorney, and as an administrator for the Department of Justice's Division of Law Enforcement Services. We have board member Eric Liberator. He is a professor who teaches paralegal studies for students from around the world in the University of Cincinnati's online program. He previously served as a supervising attorney at Disability Rights Wisconsin, where he focused on public benefits eligibility, and in the governor's office. He's held editorial roles with the American Bar Association, coordinating articles on trauma-informed lawyering and pro bono volunteering. We have board member Nadia Perez-Reyes, who is the Deputy Secretary for the Department of Children and Families. She previously worked as a state public defender and as an attorney for legal action of Wisconsin. And finally, we have board member Anthony Cooper Sr., who is the Vice President of Strategic Partnerships and Reentry Services for Nehemiah Center for Urban Leadership Development. He's also the CEO of Focused Interruption, and he received a pardon from Governor Evers in January of 2021. With that, we will go ahead and get started hearing from our first applicant, Alfred Moore. Mr. Moore, if you're ready, we're ready to hear from you. Oh, looks like you're still muted. Unfortunately, we still can't hear you. We're gonna try prompting you to unmute and see if that helps.
Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. I guess first I was saying good morning to the Pardon Advisory Board. My name is Alfred Moore the Fourth. I'm appearing before the board today regarding my application for my pardon filed with the state of Wisconsin. I'm here to discuss my felony case that occurred in Wauwatosa, Wisconsin on June 10th of 1999. At that time, I was about 26 years old. I was 16. I committed the offense of substantial battery. I was heading home on the last day of school, became engaged in an altercation with a group of individuals. After disengaging myself, I was struck in the back of the head while hearing ableist and racist insults directed towards my friend and me. I lost control and physically assaulted the plaintiff, throwing him to the ground. I threw him to the ground. And in the process, I restrained him with the wrestling move, and this resulted in the plaintiff sustaining a broken shoulder. My actions were excessively violent and caused the plaintiff a significant amount of harm for a prolonged period of time. I'm extremely sorry for my behavior that afternoon. My impact didn't stop there, however, because during the altercation, a friend of mine who was my co-defendant. He came to ensure my well-being, being a good friend that he was. Unfortunately, he was advertently drawn into the situation solely due to his good intentions. Despite not engaging anyone in the incident, he received the same punishment as I had. I informed the police at the time of my arrest that my co-defendant was not involved and I acted alone. The Wauwatosa police nonetheless included him, and to this day, I kind of remain perplexed as to why, even though I assume full accountability, and that still resulted in the co-defendant's involvement. I continue to reflect on this incident, acknowledging its far-reaching consequences and the importance of avoiding physical altercations to this day. Excuse me. I have since developed de-escalation techniques as a valuable skill in my life, and my sentencing process was protracted at 16. I navigated the juvenile system until I was transferred to adult court, where I repeated the enrollment process again. Ultimately, at 17, I received a sentence of 30 days in HOC, 3 years probation with a 10-year state sentence, restitution for $3,000 that was required for me and Robert to pay, which I paid fully by myself. Additionally, I paid $5,000 in restitution in civil court for the plaintiff's injuries. Since then, I have maintained a spotless record as a law-abiding citizen, having avoided physical altercations altogether. Although it may seem insignificant, I take immense pride in this accomplishment, considering the violent path I was previously headed down as a young adult. Growing up, I chased dopamine, leading to reckless fighting, troublemaking, and instability. And this was the life I knew at 17, and I did not think I would even make it this far. However, I'm lucky to have the unwavering support of my beautiful, intelligent wife, Jennifer. We are high school sweethearts, and we started dating actually because of this incident. Um, we have been together for 26 years and married for 24, and with her help, I've undergone a profound transformation since that day. She has assisted my shift of my focus from being wild and off the wall to becoming a better person and a better father, a lifelong process that I continue to work on diligently. Continual improvement is a mantra I kind of adhere to, so I'm going to be doing that for the rest of my life. Currently, I'm on the path of harm reduction, striving to learn how to minimize harm in all aspects of my life, whether they be physical, psychological, or discriminatory. Primarily, I have been a stay-at-home husband and a father to my daughter, who we had when I was 19 years old. In between the time, though, I did a little union representative work at a steel gasket manufacturing facility and graduated with honors with an associate's degree in mobile applications development. I am currently teaching and preparing myself for the CompTIA A+ certification exam, and I believe that with a pardon, it would be easier for me to secure a career-oriented position in the workforce, not just a job. Since the incident, I have utilized therapy, although I have stopped attending about 2 years ago because I didn't really need it. But then recently, at the age of 42, I figured out I was diagnosed with ADHD and autism, so I'm currently trying to get back into therapy to address my new concerns. So I'm respectfully requesting a pardon for my past felony conviction of substantial battery. I take responsibility for my actions which led to this offense and deeply regret the harm I caused. Since completing my sentence, I have worked hard to rebuild my life in a positive, law-abiding manner. I have established roots in Milwaukee, the city I love and where I own my home, and I raise my family and actively participate in society here. I am committed to supporting my community by promoting inclusivity and diversity. I believe I have demonstrated growth beyond my past mistakes I made when I was a kid and have learned from my actions. A pardon would enable me to move forward without the lasting barriers of this conviction hanging over my head, allowing me to continue being a productive and responsible member of society.
Thank you, Mr. Moore.
Additionally, a pardon would safeguard my right to vote, regardless of any possible future statute changes regarding felons and our right to vote. Unfortunately, Scott Walker has blocked my ability to even have this pardon hearing for the last 8 years. He dissolved his board actually with no pardon approach, stating that only guilty people ask for pardons. Well, I would assume that only guilty people would ask for pardons. As someone deeply invested in politics with a history of engagement dating back to the Gulf War, I have consistently exercised my right to vote every single year, regardless. I participated in canvassing and phone banking for in-state and out-of-state election, excuse me, and out-of-state elections, and supported causes through donations. And I prefer to do it directly so it goes straight to the source. By obtaining a pardon, I can ensure my right to vote remains secure, even though it came perilously close to losing under the previous administration. I
Thank you,
would
Mr.
like to,
Moore.
I'm sorry, I'm almost done. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I
I
would
just
like
want to
to,
make sure we get to questions from the board. So if you could wrap it up,
okay.
I appreciate it.
I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the Barden and Advisory Board for the time and consideration you have afforded me this morning. I have shared my story honestly and hope it has provided the panel a clear image of who I am currently. It has been a challenge getting to this point, and a positive outcome would be ideal and appreciated. I would also like to extend my personal gratitude to Governor Evers for his dedication to the governor's office and his exemplary service to the state of Wisconsin, specifically his vetoes, education funding, initiatives, and mental health resources for schools. Throughout his tenure, he has demonstrated a commitment to improving the lives of Wisconsin, and we do need to improve the situation about the constituents of Wisconsin lacking the ability to enact statutes through a ballot initiative process. But that's a battle for a future day, and I'd like to inform the governor that my family and I have been proud to support him in both of his gubernatorial campaigns, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Okay, let's open it up to questions from the board. Board members, Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Moore, I have a couple of quick questions. The governor will make the final decision about your pardon, but the judge in Milwaukee County who reviewed your case supports your application for a pardon. How does that make you feel?
I that makes me feel great, but I got the letter for the DA. I did not receive the confirmation from the judge, so I was actually unaware of that. But
Oh,
that does
good,
make me feel really good because I mean, this is yeah.
good.
I'm just
Oh,
very excited and a little nervous right now, but
good. All
yeah.
right, thank you. I have one other question, Mr. Moore. There was a very positive letter from your uncle, Ricky Hindinger.
Henninger.
Right, thank you.
Yep.
And the only question I have is, it was addressed to the Pardon Advisory Board in Texas. Were you ever in trouble in Texas?
No, I never. I'm Wisconsin born and raised. I've never even been west of the Mississippi, so I don't.
Okay. Well, I just assumed it was a
It might have been
mistake
a
on his part.
typo because my
Yeah.
my my uncle's he's
Okay.
kind of all over the place. He was an ex-cop for 25 years, so he's kind of like yeah,
Okay.
he may have got something confused.
Thank
Not
you.
sure.
Other questions from the board? All right, thank you, Mr. Moore. I think that covers everything then. Appreciate your time and hope you enjoy the rest of your Friday.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have LaDonna Andrews. Miss Andrews.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is LaDonna Andrews. I am the what happened in my case. Um, I had gotten angry with my neighbor upstairs. She was my friend, and she and we got into an argument over the phone because my son was sleeping. Um, I've taken full responsibility of I acted without I didn't think when I acted, and so I I I went to go and I had a firearm, and I shot it in the air, not intending to hurt anyone, but intending to scare them because it was a bunch of them and it was only me and my son. Um, and I take full responsibility of that. And then my second one was I was married to a guy for 30 days, and we were engaged, but then we got married but for 30 days, and then he wanted to apologize to me for cheating. And this was some years later. The first crime happened in 92. The second crime happened in, I think, 99. I think I'm not too sure, but I'm pretty sure you all have that. And he he spit in my face and he punched me in my jaw. And the only thing that I could act on was to try to run him over because of it was because I was hurt. My children were in the car, and when he did that, I knew that I couldn't beat him. I was sitting in the car, and so I used the thing that was near me, and it was my vehicle, but I did not hit him. And yeah, so those are my two crimes that happened. What I've been doing since then, I've been in recovery of Narcotics Anonymous for the last 24 years. I got clean in 1998. I went back and used, and then I've been clean since 2000. And I'm an active member of recovery. I go to the jails and institutions. I do H&I. I am a sponsor. I have a sponsor. Um, I still go to the jail on 6th Street when the women are coming out of prison. What I've been doing, I've been working. I had gotten a job in the dental field, and I've been a dental assistant for the last 27 years. Um, I got married. I have 4 children. They are all adults. Well, one will be graduating from Pius in this year. I had 2 boys that were in the Milwaukee County system, and then it was the second set that I had was when I was during recovery, and they have never seen me get high, get angry. They've seen a different mother. So what I normally do, I call my children. I have a first set and a second set. The first set seen a lot of things that they shouldn't have seen, and the second set haven't seen anything. So I went back to school. I'm currently in school now. I'm receiving my associate's degree in small business entrepreneurship. Um, what a partner would do for me is that I could either go back to school to be a nurse or a hygienist like I wanted to. This not having what having this felony has um, it just it has been a downer for me because there's things that I can do and things that I can't do. And I didn't give myself a chance when I was young. During my probation period, I did go to cognitive classes. When my mother died in 2012, I have an ongoing therapist that I see. It was 3 times a week. We peeled the onion from the inside out. I am a very productive member in my society of where I live outside of just my home and my children. I think I told you why I would like a pardon so I can become a nurse. Um, yeah, I really don't have as much to say as the gentleman before me.
That's
But
absolutely fine, Ms. Andrews. We can
thank
open
you.
up to questions if you're ready.
I'm ready.
Excellent. Board members, questions for Ms. Andrews? Reverend Hancock.
Ms. Andrews, you probably heard me say to the previous applicant that the governor will make the final decision about your pardon. But the district attorney in Milwaukee who reviewed your case supports your application. How does that make you feel?
When I received that letter in the mail the other day, it made me feel very happy. I was I didn't know what it was. I was like, well, why did I get this? Oh, and then I was like, oh, okay. It let me know that someone looked at my case. I was very young, naive, and stupid, and my life has changed tremendously. So I was happy, excited.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions from the board? All right. Thank you, Ms. Andrews. I think that covers everything. We appreciate your time this morning and hope you have a great weekend.
Thank you. You do the same.
Thank you. Next up, we have Tara Johnson. Ms. Johnson?
Good morning. My name is Tara Johnson. I'm here today to ask for a pardon related to my traffic accident from New Year's Eve in 1998. I was charged with 2 counts of recklessly endangering the safety in the 2nd degree. And I'm hoping for an approved pardon. New Year's of 98, it was the first time that I had visited my friends at the time since I became a teen mom. And I joined a party that I should not have done. I did have a few drinks, and the man that I was dating started a physical altercation with the father of my infant. And they put him in my car and they said, get him out of here. I needed to drive about a half a mile down the road. I scraped my windshield just a little square, like sometimes people did in Wisconsin, and it was careless, and I was not able to see. I rounded the corner at the intersection, and there were men exiting their vehicle alongside the road. And even though they were not in the crosswalk, I wouldn't have seen them if they were. And I did hit one of them and almost hit another one. I stopped and called for help, and I obviously ended up going to jail for my part in this. I had my years of probation. I paid back my restitution, even though it took me quite a while. So I did all of that, and then I moved forward with my life. The person that I was then is not recognizable from who I am today. I surrounded myself with people who didn't bring out the best in me, and I made really poor choices. But I took the responsibility, and I removed myself from that environment even though I had a lot of obstacles, I worked hard to do that and chose a different path. Since then, I've worked hard to live a path with purpose and responsibility. I focused on being a great mom. I worked multiple jobs in support of my family. I spent 20 years at the local school in the same town. And more recently, I moved to a child support position. In those positions, I was asked to be a notary. But because of my record, I was not able to have that, which really hindered my professional growth. I was also hired to be a town clerk with our president hoping that he could just appoint me rather than have me elected. So I was taking the training for that, but also found out that that was not acceptable. So I couldn't fulfill that position either. So over the years, I've also enjoyed volunteering in areas that didn't need my background checks. like my church and my school and 4-H. And I've also done some support for women that were also in abusive relationships. I've taken a lot of classes for my own personal growth and professional growth, and I'm currently back in college to pursue my bachelor's degree. I live and work in the same town as this accident, so not a day goes by that I don't think about my actions and how I affected someone else's life. Even though I did not intend to commit a crime that night, it was a crime and there was victims. It's been almost 27 years since that night, and the person that I did hit is no longer with us, I found out. But I would hope that he would have forgiven me upon his moving on to a new life, because I have definitely done my atonement in what I believe is right for our community. They are small town people like I am, and I felt like that was my way to do my part for my poor choices, is to become a good citizen in my town. I'm asking for this pardon so I can move forward professionally and personally. I know I have more to give as a citizen and as a professional to serve my community, but this charge has held me back in multiple roles professionally and on personal ends. So today I'm hoping that it could be a step forward to restore my opportunity and continue to grow as a member of my community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Ms. Johnson, this is a similar question that I've asked other applicants, but all of this happened in Red Granite, right?
Correct.
And that's where you still live.
Yes, I do. I built a home here.
And there was a very interesting letter in your file from the chief of police in Red Granite, who strongly supports your application for a pardon. He was also the officer that investigated the crime for which you're seeking a pardon. How does his support make you feel?
I'm very proud of who I am and the fact that he was able to do his job that night. And he knew we interacted a lot through the school on the other end. So I was able to be, like I said, someone different in all those years. So it makes me feel excellent knowing that he was able to say, you know what, you made a mistake and I did my job, but you're doing better. This is your life now. And the fact that he wants to give me an opportunity to move forward to is amazing.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Other questions for Ms. Johnson? Okay, thank you for your time, Ms. Johnson. Appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
All right, thank you as well.
Thank you. Next up, we have Alfonzo Spencer. Mr. Spencer?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm trying to figure out what's happening here. Oh, there we go. Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Okay. How's everyone doing? I am here today to ask for a pardon for my convictions from 1996, which was 29 years ago, and also 2001, which was 24 years ago to this date. Starting in 96, I was 17 years old, grew up with just my mom, used my environment as an excuse to go down the wrong path of hedonism, searching for all the wrong things. No father. My father left before I was born. No grandfather. Just learning how to navigate through life with just me and my mom. And I made some decisions to join a gang, hang with gangs, sell drugs, do everything on the opposite side of the law. I guess just to be cool at that point. And ended up in prison for 6 years at the age of 17. Upon getting out of that, I did receive my HSCD while I was in there at that time, instead of getting it from Horlick High School, which I should have gotten that year, the same year as when I caught my first charge. Fast forward 2001, I got out. I was 22 years old. I didn't learn anything, didn't have anyone around to check in, mentally ask, how's everything going? And I use that again as an excuse to do the same things again. It was during my boot camp time that I was in there before I got out in 2004, that one of the teachers, she asked a question to the group. She said that, why were you guys so angry when you're where you wanted to be? And I let that resonate. And that's one thing that I share with people today, especially the youth today. I share that a lot. It stuck with me, and it has helped me to become the individual that I am today. Currently, I am a gym owner. Going on 4 years, I own Flex Fitness Gym on Rapids Drive, 2400 Rapids Drive, across from Horlick High School, which is one of the longest standing independent owned gyms. Been here for 41 years. Um, Me and my wife also own an adult group home called House of Abundance, where we cater and take care of elderly individuals. My lifestyle is completely 180. Due to that, I understood that I was never a victim of my circumstance. I allowed my circumstance to make an excuse to claim that I was a victim, to do the things that I did. I no longer attest to those things. With this gym here, I deal with a lot of the youth from the schools, help with the football programs. I feel like I'm a vessel here. I feel like I was put here for a reason, to help people with their health, um, help people make better decisions. Can you hear me still? I'm sorry.
We can, yep.
Okay. Help people make better decisions with their self. I've acted as a mentor here. I help a lot of kids get through school, hardships, just a lot of things that I've done. As far as being in prison and being on the outside, helping people not, as the youth say, crash out, make wrong decisions. This October coming up, I'll be married 18 years, homeowner for 14 years. I have several children, one daughter, six boys, three and a half grandsons. So my life is totally different. Like I said, I never had a granddad or a father, so I'm learning on the fly how to be a father. My oldest is 26. Out of seven children, all five have graduated. One has went to college. So that's a better start than what I was given. With my grandchildren, I never knew how to I never had a granddad, so I'm learning how to be a granddad. So um, with this pardon, I just hope to continue to inspire, to be the change that I want to see is all I want to do. And I'm self-affirming. I don't look for anyone to affirm my position in life, my outlook in life now. I'm 9 years sober. Um, I don't do any of the things I do. I don't have my crowd of people are new. They're warm, they're encouraging, and I love the direction that my life is in right now. And I told a buddy of mine, regardless of the outcome of this, it won't change me from being the productive person that I've grown to be, the father, the husband, the community activist and leader that I've become. It won't change that. It will help to inspire, and it would be another part that will close another chapter of my life that will make me complete and be able to inspire and also be able to share that it can happen, for those who are looking to change and honestly willing to do something more productive with themselves
Thank
and
you,
and
Mr.
not.
Spencer.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. I just want to open up and see if there are any other questions from the board for Mr. Spencer. Eric.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Spencer. Thank you for your time.
Good morning.
On your application, you listed a 2013 case. It was a misdemeanor case, so not one we're considering for a pardon. Is there anything you could tell me about what happened in that case?
What was it exactly?
It looks like it was 2013 disorderly conduct in Racine County.
Oh yeah. So that was it was so crazy. Just my front door, my front screen was locked. One of my kids locked the front screen to the door, and and everyone was sleeping, and I just beat on the door to get in. And then when the police arrived, well, I guess one of the neighbors called it. It may have sounded loud. It was late, and it probably echoed a lot. And when they came, it was, my wife tried to tell them like, "Hey, we're just trying to get in." It was just a real misunderstanding and I think I got a little agitated about it, which led to it going to where it went to.
All right, thank you. My other question for you, in your application, you mentioned that you had attended anger management. Could you tell me what you learned from that?
Yes, sir. Just how to, so I learned that anger is an energy that it doesn't disappear. Um, you learn to either recycle it and use it in other ways and positive ways. And I do a lot of working on myself. Like, so I learned that continuous improvement is imperative for me. I don't know about anyone else. I know for me, it's every day, and and I learned that everything doesn't has to be resolved through any type of any anger. I'm now able to sit and think before I react. I'm not an irrational thinker anymore. Um, I tend to play things out to put myself in the most advantageous situation that I can put myself in for the safety of myself and for others. So that's what I learned from that.
I appreciate you sharing that, Mr.
No
Spencer.
problem.
Other questions from the board? Mr. Spencer, I have just one for you.
Yes, ma'am.
I noticed there was a more recent case, not a criminal matter, but a civil case that was filed and then dismissed recently against you. It seems like it dealt with something in the workplace. Is there anything you can tell us about that?
Yes, ma'am. I was a supervisor at Carrie Seasons in Sturtevant, Wisconsin, and there was an incident with two ladies in the restroom. They got into a physical altercation. So protocol is that when there's a physical altercation, that we are to drug test them, get the authorities involved, and we did that, and it spiraled out, and then there was some. So I believe this was. I haven't been there in 5 years, so this was at least 5 years ago, and they just recently filed this, and I think that they were trying to get some type of workman's compensation out of it by accusing me of profiling, um, not being fair, singling them out, everything to discredit the position that I had there at the job. And
Got
so
it.
they were attempting to, yeah.
Okay, so you were at work and there was an altercation that you were intervening in as part of your employment?
Yes, ma'am.
Understood. Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Other questions for Mr. Spencer? Okay, I think that covers everything then. Thank you for your time today, Mr. Spencer, and hope you enjoy your weekend.
You as well. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Next up, we have Sandra Schug. Ms. Schug.
Good morning. How are you?
Great, thank you.
All right. So, everyone here today, including board members, we've all had issues in life, including loss, death, pain, and just life itself, which can be, quite difficult. And I'm no different than anyone else speaking today. But, we've all persevered through the difficulties that we've had and trying to make amends for the mistakes we've made. I've been denied so many opportunities over the years because of having this felony, both for work and volunteering and opportunities I want to help in. And, I've taken those, as bitter pill, but something that I had to work through and develop other strengths and other areas that I could help people in when I was denied the opportunity to help somebody in the way I was trying to. My job today is a phenomenal example of a way that I've found to help others. I am truly grateful for the opportunity to present to the board today. This is the only crime that I've committed and the only crime I've been convicted of. It was a stupid mistake, and I was given permission to pay bills for the victim, Mr. Bauer, and I wrote checks for things and cash checks that he had not specifically authorized me to do. I was convicted in 1997. I did serve 10 months in the county jail. My probation was ordered at 10 years, and I had $50,000 in restitution to pay. I did extend my probation twice to enable me to pay the $50,000 restitution. I've been told by probation agents, which I've had a lot of over the years, that if the restitution went to a civil judgment when I am released from probation, that I could end up paying 13 to 20% interest on top of what I still owed. And I felt, if that happened, I would just never be able to pay that off. So I requested to be extended twice. And in the end, the agency was really pushing for me to just get off probation because I'd been on it for so long. But I was able to do that. And I decided to return to school in 2013, and with permission from the victim, Mr. Bauer, I did pay all but the last $4,000 of the restitution. And he had agreed to forgive me for that last $4,000, which really was amazing of him. And he absolutely did not have to do that. Many people would not have done that. And I am so grateful that he was willing to do that, that he allowed me to have that little piece of forgiveness, because it then allowed me to be released from probation after over 20 years on probation. I don't remember what year that was, but it was between 2013 and 2016. And then I was finally released after being on probation since 1997. So I have not been in contact with Mr. Bauer through all these years, but if he is watching this, because I know he has kind of kept up with my situation over the years, but if he is watching this, I do want to tell him, I am so sorry for all the problems that I caused you and your family over these years. Those years, I recognize and acknowledge the actions that I took caused substantial harm to your family and the plans that your family had for that money. And again, I am so sorry. While you had no reason to forgive me for what I've done, I am so very grateful for your forgiveness for my actions and forgiveness of the $4,000 that was holding me back at that point. So in 2013, I began my bachelor's degree at SNHU, and I did finish it in May of 2016. I basically had every day planned out for the next 7 years or so. And unfortunately, there was a car accident that caused severe damage to my neck, and I had to have a spinal fusion. And so I had it planned out so that the summer after I finished SNHU, I would have the surgery, I would recover from that and start up my next program with Concordia for my master's degree. And like days before the surgery was to happen, I found out that I had a severe infection in my mouth from the car accident, causing damage to my mouth. And so I had to decide if I was going to reschedule everything and move on to a different plan, or just have all of my upper teeth taken out to clean out that infection so I could continue with my plan that I had. And I did. I had them take all my teeth out, and within days I went in and had a fusion, and I've now got 6 titanium screws in my neck, so I literally cannot lose my head anymore. So kind of a little joke there. But I did graduate from SNHU. I graduated from Concordia in 2022. And that was a little later than planned because of complications with internship part of the degree. I also obtained my CSAC license for the clinical substance abuse counselor Even though the laws had changed and I really didn't need to have that license, I did finish pursuing it because I felt that it would give me the best education possible to help people with that, with addiction issues. And while I was in school, I was working at least one full-time job, sometimes full-time and a part-time, and supporting my now husband and his two children. My children are grown and adults and out of the house. And I took whatever jobs I could get that would help me learn about mental health problems. And I worked at CBRFs in Waiwiga. I worked at North Shore Healthcare in Wausau, Rogers Behavioral Health in Oconomowoc, MSDF Secure Prison in Milwaukee. I went to Jefferson County after that, doing some of the actual therapy because I was graduated at that point. And now I'm at Fond du Lac County here where I live. And have for the last 4 years resided. Previous to that, I was up in the Waupaca, New London area, and I was driving back and forth from New London or Waupaca to Wausau or Milwaukee every day. And that was the determination that I had, that I was going to complete these things so that I could give back to others who were also in similar situations.
Thank you, Ms. Schug. Would you mind just touching on the last question about why you're seeking a pardon, and then we'll open it up and see if there are questions from the board.
Yeah. So I am seeking the pardon so that I can continue to work and help other individuals who are making mistakes or have made mistakes and are trying to improve their life. People who have mental health problems that don't believe that they can, have an ordinary life because of it. People who have addiction issues, and I can help them with going down that path. And all of these things that I do and want to do, I'm able to do because of what I've got. But like I said in the beginning, I've been held back from a lot of things because of having that felony on my record. And while I'll always have the felony, having the pardon will show some people that I have made up for mistakes I've made, that I have made every effort I could to improve my life and to improve what I give back to the community.
Thank you, Ms. Schug. Questions from the board? Okay, I believe that covered everything. And thank you so much for your time today, Ms. Schug, and hope you enjoy the rest of your Friday.
No questions?
No questions. We did spend quite a bit of time with your application, so I know that answered lots of questions that I otherwise would have had.
Okay, all right. Thank you all. Have a great day.
Thank you. You too. Next up, we have Barbara Zblewski, Ms. Zblewski, sorry. There we are.
We're gone. Oh,
Perfect.
can you hear me?
We can.
I can't see you.
Oh.
To prayers and return to positiveness. Thank them on behalf of the one.
I'm afraid to hit the wrong button here.
That's what we needed to get through this. We needed your support, and you gave it to us. Patience.
Try this.
And I would like to thank you for the courage, because that's what they need. And your support, your prayer, and that.
Can you still hear me?
We can hear you, and we can see you.
You can see me?
We can. Can you see us?
Okay. Well, I can't see you guys.
Well, I suppose you don't need to. So if you're comfortable proceeding,
okay.
Go right ahead.
Okay. My name is Barb Zblewski. Zblewski actually is the correct pronunciation. I was involved in a burglary in April 29th of 1976. And two men had approached me asking me if I would give them a ride to a certain residence where they wanted to pick something up at. And I told them it was on my way to work and that I would give them a ride, which was the worst thing I'd ever have done. At that time, one of the gentlemen stayed in the car and one gentleman went inside the house. And when he came out, he was holding a box, from what I could tell. And he put it in the back seat of my car, and I was just going to give them a ride home or wherever they were going. And that's what I did. And in the time that I was in the car, kind of listening to what they were talking about, I had a feeling that something else was going on and it wasn't good. Um, I didn't really know much more of what they were doing or going to do. Um, I gave them a ride home, I believe, and went to work. Since then, I guess the part that I didn't know any of this was going on, so I was basically their driver. Um, but what didn't do and wish I had done is went to the police and told them what had happened right away. But I was frightened. I was scared, and I really didn't know where to go or who to talk to, or I had no guidance from anyone. And through the court, I was sentenced September 7th. Yeah, that was also 1976, to 2 weeks at the local jail, which I did work during that time. And I received 2 years probation. Since then, I've had a spotless record. I've always worked full time, having the felony. Of course, I was limited to a lot of jobs that I had put in for. My first full-time job was actually, I was pulling railroad ties off a conveyor and loading them onto a skid and then binding it when it was full. And that's what I did every day for a while until I would get a different job that paid more and wasn't as hard. I ended up working at a mail order company actually for 20 years, Hirschner's in Stevens Point. And my last job was, I am still a certified pharmacy technician, and I did work in that position for 20 plus years. I was hired, I believe it was 19, I'd have to look back. The reason I was hired actually in the pharmacy, because of the felony, they had questions. Everyone else that worked in the pharmacy, I knew, and they knew who I was and that I was a good person, and they all put in a good word for me. So I was blessed to get that job, and that's the job I retired from. I've been married. I have 3 beautiful children, one of which is a dental hygienist, one is a respiratory therapist, and one is a nurse practitioner. The reason I would like to receive a pardon, being retired, I would still like to volunteer. Food banks at the hospital, any place that needs help. But because of the felony, it is definitely difficult to be able to do that. That's pretty much all I have. I've had a spotless record since.
Thank you, Ms. Zblewski. Yes, our records also reflect that this crime was in 1976. Is that right? Other questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Ms. Zblewski, this happened, you were 18 years old, homeless, met a couple of guys, they took a safe, you got $40 and nothing since then. Is that right?
Actually, no, I did not take any money from them at all, ever.
Oh, okay. So the application suggests that you submit letters of support, and you didn't submit any letters. Any reason why you didn't submit letters?
I did not have any letters. Actually, to be honest, I was embarrassed to even ask anybody to write a letter.
Sure, it was a long time ago, so thank you.
Almost 50 years.
Yeah.
Other questions from the board? All right. Thank you, Ms. Zblewski. I think that covers everything then. Appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next applicant this morning is Clinton Degenhardt. Mr. Degenhardt? Mr. Degenhardt, I see you in the Zoom. If you're able to come on camera and unmute, we're ready to hear from you.
Okay, can you hear me? Oh,
We can
it
hear
seems
you.
like it,
We
yeah, it
can't
seems
see
like
you.
it wants to catch, but then it'll go back to the host asks to start your video, so you start your video. Unable to access camera. Can you see me now?
We cannot.
Oh, okay.
Are you on a computer or your phone?
I'm on my phone, ma'am.
Okay. It might be a settings issue. If you want to try to go into settings and give Zoom access to your camera.
Okay. Maybe you can kind of help me through that. So I'm in my settings right now. Where should I go to for connections, maybe?
Camera, is camera an option?
Let me check here. No, there isn't, ma'am.
Okay. I'll tell you what, Mr. Degenhardt, we'll have someone give you a call and try to help you walk through the steps, and we'll just come back to you after our next applicant. Hopefully by then we'll have it sorted out. How does that sound?
Yeah, I guess that's fine.
Okay, great. We'll have someone call you right now, and in the meantime, we'll move on to Jackson Beamon. Mr. Beamon.
Hello,
Good morning.
you hear me? Good morning. How you doing?
Great.
Um, I'm on here seeking a pardon for two convictions, actually. Both happened at the same time, the same day. One was possession with intent to deliver cocaine. The other is failure to disclose copyrights, I think. Failure to disclose manufacturing or recording. Basically I was selling bootleg CDs at the time. A lot of people print up movies and albums and go out and sell them. So yeah, they were both March 29th, 2024. I guess what I just have to say about that is I am guilty of both of those. I really don't have any um like story as to why it's not my fault or I will say that before that I was working. I had a job ever since I was 14 years old. Um I worked at a bar called Minnie's Bar and Grill. And from the time I was 14 until time I was 19. And then I went and got my CNA's license and I worked at a nursing home called Woodland Healthcare Center from 19 until 20. I actually got this arrest was like 2 or 3 weeks after my 21st birthday, which I had
just got fired from my job at the nursing home for what they later determined was a illegitimate termination. But after I had got fired, I had tried and applied for a couple jobs. I had worked at some temp services, and basically, growing up in certain areas, you see friends of yours selling drugs, doing things, having money, and buddy of mine was just like, man, why you keep trying to, work and this and that. But I did make the decision to try to sell drugs, and I got caught. Um, I didn't try to fight it or say it wasn't me. Only thing I think I do disagree with in the police report, I think, if I can remember correctly, because it was 21 years ago, the officer said I punched and kicked at them, which wasn't true. I did get out the car and try to run, but once they caught me, I actually fell running, and then they tased me. Um, but since then, I've had several jobs. I did have another legal issue involving drugs again in 2008, um, which was some similar same situation. I had was working at Delphi Automotive out in Oak Creek, and when they shut down the plant early 2008 because of the financial crisis and things that were going on at the time. Again, back in the wrong situation, not working, um, not feeling like an adult at the time. I'm 21, thinking I'm a man. I should be taking care of myself. I shouldn't, be out here broke, not having nothing. And I fell back into the same situation. I went over to which was my cousin's grandmother's house at the time, which was a known drug house in Milwaukee, over there with my cousins. And we come outside, and police was out there and threw the drugs in the grass. He saw me throw them, arrested me. But since then, I've decided that was something I don't care what the situation was, I would never go back to that. So after that, I completed. They reprimanded that to a misdemeanor as I completed a program. Um, and after that, things were still bad, but I actually left Wisconsin and went to North Dakota to work in the oil field. I was just determined that I wasn't going to go about that route. And ever since then, I haven't been in any trouble. I haven't even had a speeding ticket. I think one of the things I'm most proud about the whole situation I had, though, was that my little brothers, like, they grew up looking at me and watching me, and they both actually followed in my footsteps and came to North Dakota, worked in the oil field with me. Then I went and got my CDL. They followed that. So we all now are commercial truck drivers. They both own their own trucks. And one of my aunties called me and told me that one of my little brothers was out back here getting into the wrong thing. So I moved both of them out there with me so they wouldn't follow the same footsteps I followed. Um, they both worked in the oil field with me. They both got their CDLs. I got mine. They're both owner operators. Right now, I drive a dump truck. I had several other jobs in between that. I worked at. I have so many. Before all of that, I worked at GFL Environmental here when I came back. So I was in North Dakota for 2009 to 2016. I came back because the price of oil went down. They laid everybody off. Came back here, still, still had buddies and stuff that was into certain things. And I came back, I basically just told them, like, man, I love you, but I can't, if this is what you're going to be into, I love you, but I'm not about to, expose myself to that anymore. So, but like I say, since then, I've worked several jobs. I drove over the road trucking. I worked at Miller Brewery as a temporary brewery worker. Um, Even in times of layoffs and things like that, I refuse to go back to that. Like I say, the most thing I'm most proud about is my nephews. Hold on once, my dog is having a seizure. Hey, okay, I'm sorry. Um, my nephews, my nephew and my little brothers, they all went and got their CDLs. They all came out, worked in the oil field with me. they're all doing good. They're actually doing better than me. But since I've been back, like I say, I'm currently working at Leyline Construction. I drive a dump truck now. I'm looking to purchase my own dump truck next year, become an owner operator. And what I really want to do is I would like to open a CDL school here in Milwaukee and give other young men from the north side of Milwaukee and, certain areas, give them free CDL training, and all they have to do is work for my company for a year, just to give them a different, path and different outlook on things. You don't have to do something illegal to make a decent living for yourself and take care of your family. And, so that's what I want to do. I'm seeking a pardon today for one. It was 21 years ago that I had this, and I know I had another issue in 2008 that was a little more recent, but that's still over about 15 years, and it has stopped me from certain opportunities. Before all of this happened, me and my high school sweetheart both had dreams of becoming attorneys. She actually did become an attorney. I got a felony, of course, and couldn't practice law because of that. She's one of like a big prominent attorney in Madison right now. And even though we're not together and we talk, I still reflect and look on my life and think about, the things that I could have done different. Well, like I said, I'm seeking a pardon because, for one, I just want to get this off my record. I want to put this all behind me. My mother passed in 2021, and the last conversation we was having, she was just telling me about keeping faith and stuff. And so I never even, I thought this would follow me for the rest of my life, but now I have an opportunity to put it behind me, and hopefully, you guys recommend it to the governor, and hopefully he see enough in me to grant me that.
Thank you, Mr. Beamon. Questions from the board? All right, I think that covered everything then. Thank you for your time, Mr. Beamon. Appreciate you being with us this morning and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and I think we are still working on tech issues with Mr. Degenhardt, so we will, in the meantime, move on to Bertha Jennings. Miss Jennings?
Good morning. Can you all hear me?
We can, yes.
My name is Bertha Jennings, and I am seeking a pardon for, I'm kind of nervous, seeking a pardon for a party to a crime of theft. Um, I worked at a lady's house, and I went to go take her trash out. First of all, I put her to bed. Then I went to go take her trash out, and me locking the door behind me, I seen her credit card outside by the trash. So I took it to my house when I was going to go back to work to give it back to her. But took my brother's girlfriend came in my house and stole it, not knowing that I was going to the store. She was using the lady's credit card. So that I took the whole responsibility, because if I hadn't have took it from the trash can and just left it there, then I wouldn't be in this predicament that I had, which was in 2006. I am seeking a pardon because I want to get this off of my record and have a second chance on me going. I actually wanted to go back to school to get my LPN license, but I can't do that because of the felony that I have. I've haven't had any problems since I've had this crime in 2006. I've been working ever since. No police contact. I even moved out of town, went to school. When we moved back to my hometown, went to school, got my associate's degree in medical building and coding. I'm currently working on my associate's degree in medical assistance. I will be done December the 12th. and I just want to have a second chance at it. And then I actually want to go back to school for criminal justice after I finish this one.
Thank you, Ms. Jennings. Questions from the board? Eric.
Good morning, Ms. Jennings. Thank you for your time today. I just wanted to ask if there's an update on the current status of any restitution from this case.
No, I I have not had any contact with anyone. I had to actually file bankruptcy because someone stole my identity and used and ran up some stuff. So I was trying to get some stuff, cleared back up, trying to get afloat of on a lot of things.
All right, thank
So
you.
no. Mhm.
Other questions from the board? Jerry.
Ms. Jennings, I have several questions. To start with, the district attorney in Milwaukee County who reviewed your case supports your application for a pardon. Now, Governor Evers will make the final decision, but how does that support make you feel?
It makes me feel great that I can possibly get a second chance.
And the victim in the police report says that she put the credit card in a billfold in a drawer. So how did you find it in the garbage?
No, I found it outside by the trash. So I'm whoever worked with her in the daytime. I didn't work with her in the daytime. I worked with her at nighttime. So I'm the one that would go and put her to bed. So I don't know who was there before me because there used to be a lot of agencies go in. So I'm not sure. So when I found it, that's where it was.
And the purchases that were made were almost $7,000 on that card. And were you with the woman who made the purchases when she did that?
Yes, I was at the store, but I did not know that that was whose credit card that she was using. That's why I took full responsibility because I didn't know that she took it out my house.
Okay. And in the application, it suggested you provide letters of support,
Yes.
and you didn't provide any. Why didn't you provide any letters of support?
I did. I thought I had like my daughters and nieces wrote letters.
Yeah. Well, all right, we'll check that. Thank you.
Okay.
Other questions for Ms. Jennings? Great. Thank you for your time this morning, Ms. Jennings. I hope you enjoy the rest of your Friday and your weekend. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I believe that Mr. Degenhardt has his camera working now. So if that is the case, Mr. Degenhardt, we are ready to hear from you.
Yes, hi, good morning. Can you guys see me and hear me?
We can hear you. We cannot see you.
Oh, I think we're still having the same problem that we did before. Okay, pretty much still the same.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Degenhardt, we can proceed with just audio if that's all right with you. Otherwise, I can have someone reach back out about troubleshooting.
No, that's fine. We can just proceed with audio.
Okay, go right ahead then.
Okay, my name is Clint Degenhardt. I'm asking for a pardon through the state of Wisconsin for a conviction back in 95 and 98. At the time of my crimes, I was very, very young. When that kind of happened, I was kind of going through some bad times. I was kind of living with my brother at the time, or kind of bouncing to house. I didn't really have any guidance whatsoever on that part. And when you don't have any guidance and when you're young, it does lead to that on that part. I guess when it really boils down to it, every day for the past 20, 30 years, you know. These felony convictions have always been on my back. I can't really proceed and pursue better employment on that part. That's actually kind of stopping me. But within this being said, I actually did 2 years for my crimes. I did pay the restitution. Once I did get out, I actually met my wife now. We've been together since '06, all the way up until now. We actually have had our own construction business for 14 years. So being said with that, in 2021, I actually got hurt and kind of messed up my spine. So as that being said, I actually had some doctors take a look at everything. Then I was diagnosed with stenosis of the spine. So that's a deterioration of the spine. So with being said on that part again, they're like, well, construction isn't probably your call. So I actually had to find other means of work. So that being said, I am actually working for the city park district. I have been almost 4 years, and April or May of next year, it'll be 4 years. I am a park ranger for the city park district. I actually, I love it. I love the work, working for the community, helping the community. But what really boils down to it is I would like to actually pursue more with this. I can't because I actually have 2 felony convictions that are actually not letting me. So I guess that's that.
Thank you, Mr. Degenhardt. Questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Well, and you may have heard me ask a question of other applicants, but both the judge and the district attorney in Iowa County who reviewed your application support your getting a pardon. How does that support make you feel?
Oh, it makes me feel great. It makes me feel really, really great. There again, it almost kind of makes you, it's like, yeah, you know, there's finally somebody that's out there that's really listening and that's really willing to help you out, you know, so you can actually move forward in life and do better for yourself on that part.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Okay, I think that covers it then, Mr. Degenhardt. Thank you so much for your time today and hope you enjoy your weekend.
You too, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and our last applicant of the first morning session is John Debeck. Mr. Debeck, are you with us in the Zoom?
Yes, I am. I'm here
There
with
we
you.
go. Excellent. We'll turn it over to you.
All right. Well, first, let me say thank you to you and the board for taking the time out on your Friday morning to listen to not only my case, but everyone's cases. I'm sure you have other things you would rather be doing. But to talk about the first question about what what the charge was, which was a Class E felony of burglary that happened in 1991. I was 19 years old at the time. Really no excuse for my actions. I take full responsibility for that. The circumstances with that were, I need to back up a little bit. I was already on probation at the time for an offense, a misdemeanor offense in Ozaukee County. At that point, I was determined not to ever get in trouble again or anything. And the people that I were involved with, I stayed away from. That was 3-4 months of my time where I was just looking for excitement. I was kind of bored with my life and ran into these people. So I thought it was kind of interesting, 19 and stupid. So But since from that, when I stayed away, I was out and about at a Denny's. They came in and the one person wanted me to file. They had stolen a car from a car dealership. I said, I want no part of it. I've already been in trouble. I don't need any more trouble. And call it peer pressure or got talked into doing it. So the one person took the car, took it to a field. I followed them. I had no intent of doing anything other than taking the person away from the vehicle because he would need a ride from the location. And then again, I got talked into going into a garage nearby to take a pair of pliers and a screwdrivers out of a person's garage so he could take a stereo out of the same car, which of course now I completely regret doing, but again, take full responsibility for. So those were the events that led to the charge of burglary of a Class E misdemeanor or felony burglary. So from that point, I have, after spending, first I was 5 months on probation hold before I got revoked, and then got sentenced to 45 days in work release for this particular crime. I fulfilled that, kept working. I have not been in any sort of trouble since then, from the time of that incident. I've maintained to try to prove my name. So from that time, I put myself through school. I have a 2-year degree accounting from Milwaukee Area Technical College. Getting that degree, I was actually working at a Burger King. And once I got the degree, they actually promoted me to an assistant salaried manager. And this is with the knowledge of me having a criminal history, felony, burglary, theft, and my work ethic, my reliability, my honesty, showing, I'm trustworthy. They gave me the opportunity. So that includes keys to the restaurant, alarm codes, code to the safe combination, access to money, dropping off money, things of that sort with no incident. And then going forward, I've always had to work a job, any jobs that I have taken on, primarily in, unfortunately, the restaurant industry. I've worked my way up from entry level to management. I've had front of the house manager, bar manager, it's all involving me access to the restaurant, the bar, safe, everything like that, all with no incident of theft. Never been tempted ever to steal anything from that point on. But with the accounting degree, it was for 2 or 3 years after finishing my manager position at Burger King. I was really wanting to, apply my accounting degree. And with that, it was just temp job after temp job, either with account temps, manpower, whatever was available. They always said temp to hire, but they would never hire. At that point, this would have been about in 1998. I was at a crossroads with not being able to find a permanent job, issues with my father, other people in my life, and my mother, who had already divorced my father in 1989, had moved down to Florida with my baby brother, and she said, try it down here. So, which is where I'm talking from. And so I come to Florida in 1998, and this was a little bit before the advent of being able to find a job online. So for 3-4 months, I was trying to find accounting work down here, to realize, like in the paper, that it was not available. Everything down here was either healthcare or hospitality related. I tried for accounting positions, and they said we had none available, none available, none available. So I went back into working in restaurants. Again, entry level, worked my way into management positions, always proving myself, because I always felt like at the black mark, oh, you're a felon, you're not trustworthy. And something I've always had to live with ever since then, that I have to prove myself and show that I'm trustworthy. But throughout the time I've been here in Florida, I have always tried to get a job in different fields, go back to school for like in a medical field. I tried to get a job as a 911 dispatcher. I had a position recently, several years ago, to work for Tidewell Hospice. I was not given the opportunity, even though I passed the hospice background check. They're governed by the Agency of Healthcare Administration, which is a Florida government agency. And they said because of my felony, I was unable to work for the company because I would have access to Social Security numbers. And they felt that it was a risk or a temptation for me to steal. And so with that, so all these instances of me being able to move forward in my life, to have a stable job, actually a career, I've always come into roadblocks, situations where when a temp job did become available, they said I wasn't eligible for that job because it was either a financial institution or sensitivity with what the company was involved with. So they
Mr.
would not let
Debeck,
me do it.
I
Yes.
don't want to cut you off, but I do want to make sure we get to questions from the board. So would you just wrap up in the next couple of seconds here, and then we'll see if
Yes.
questions for
Yeah.
you. Thank you.
So basically, again, so the reason for the pardon is so I have availability to go for any job available, to expand, my employment opportunities. I'm living basically week to week. I'm an Uber driver now. I take care of my mother, but I don't even have a retirement fund, and I'm almost 54 years old. And so this opportunity to have a pardon to actually at least close out my working life, maybe make some money and get better opportunities, a stable job, a career would be very, very helpful, along with opportunities to travel, because I'm a dance instructor. If you Google my name would come up with all kinds of different I'm a line dance country ballroom instructor that I've made my name in for. And with the letters that were sent in for my about my character. Every person that I talked to and asked for their letter of recommendation, every single person was surprised that I ever was convicted of a felony or I've ever gotten in trouble with the law. So that is really the foundation of why I'm trying to get a pardon, and I will leave it up to you for questions.
Thank you. Board members, any questions? Jerry.
Mr. Degenhardt,
Debeck.
thank you very much. The Washington County District Attorney who reviewed your application for a pardon supports your getting a pardon. How does that make you feel?
Well, I was never told about this, so I'm pleasantly surprised. I'm very honored for them to see how many years it's been not being in trouble with the law ever since then, and the opportunity that he's willing to give me a second chance, at life, I guess you can say in general, means a lot to me, because this is something that was not my attorney never said to me when they filled out my application on my behalf and everything. So this is definitely news to me.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right,
Thank you.
Debeck. Appreciate your time this morning and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Yep, you too, and I hope the board does too.
Thank you. Board members, we are running right up against our 10 o'clock second block, but I want to make sure that we have the opportunity for a bio break if anyone needs one. So if anyone would like a couple of minutes, please just raise your hand. Okay, seeing none, we will go right into our second session of the morning. So I will just go through housekeeping very briefly and introduce board members to our second set of applicants today. So everyone, welcome to the Governor's Pardon Advisory Board hearing. Please keep in mind that today's hearing is being live streamed via Wisconsin Eye and YouTube. We'll ask you to mute yourself and keep your video off until it is your turn to be heard by the board. If you run into any IT issues with Zoom, don't worry, we'll have someone reach out and help you troubleshoot, and we can come back to you if we need to due to technology issues, but otherwise we will call folks up in the order listed on the agenda and open meetings notice. Each applicant will have 5 minutes with the board total. We'll ask you to spend the first 3 of those minutes speaking to the questions that you were sent in advance of today's hearing. As a reminder, those are to first give us a brief summary of the offense you're seeking a pardon for, how it went, what serving your sentence. We're not here to retry the crime. We just want to hear from you in your own words what happened. Second, to give us a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, including community involvement and employment, how your life is different now than the time of your offense. And then third, a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. Once you've spent about 3 minutes on those questions, we'll open it up and see if the board has any other questions for you. We have spent quite a bit of time with your application materials already, so don't read too much into it either way if there are questions or not. We just want to make sure that if folks do need clarification on anything before making a recommendation to the governor, that we get to that. Once you're done with any questions from the board, you are welcome to sign off and leave the hearing. And then once everyone has heard, the board will meet in closed session to decide whether or not to recommend your application to the governor. You need a majority support of board members present in order for your application to be forwarded on to him. He will then make a final decision about whether to grant or deny your pardon application. And you'll be notified about the outcome of today's hearing, either way, about a month to a month and a half after today. So we thank you for your patience in getting to this point and for waiting to hear about the outcome just a little bit longer. With that, I will introduce my fellow board members and we will get started hearing from all of you. So with us today, we have board member Anthony Cooper Sr., who is the Vice President of Strategic Partnerships and Reentry Services for Nehemiah Center for Urban Leadership Development and the CEO of Focused Interruption. He received a pardon from Governor Evers in 2021. We have board member Reverend Jerry Hancock, who is the director of the Prison Ministry Project and previously served as a public defender, deputy district attorney, and an administrator at the Department of Justice's Division of Law Enforcement Services. We have board member Eric Liberator, who is a professor teaching paralegal students from around the world in the University of Cincinnati's online program. He previously served as a supervising attorney at Disability Rights Wisconsin, where he focused on public benefits eligibility, and in the governor's office. And we have board member Nadia Perez-Reyes, who is the Deputy Secretary for the Department of Children and Families. She previously worked as a state public defender and as an attorney for legal action of Wisconsin. With that, applicants, we are ready to hear from all of you. We will start with our first applicant of the second morning session, which is Danielle George. Mr. George?
Hello?
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Danielle George, and I'd like to start off by saying I take full responsibility for my past crimes, party to a crime, burglary, and 2005 possession with intent to deliver cocaine. I also have a 2017 misdemeanor where I obtained a DUI. All of these were pretty much very bad decisions on my part, not thinking about my future and just very bad decisions. I could just like to say that it didn't go well. Being locked up, being incarcerated was not pleasant. Being away from my family was not pleasant. The 1995 party to a crime burglary charge. I was in high school. I missed prom. I missed prom and I missed graduation. I did get out of jail and obtain my diploma after the fact, but I did miss out on those things, which were bad. Unfortunately, I did have my son in the car during the intent to deliver charge that I have, and that was a very bad decision on my part, and it just took me away from, I missed my family while I was incarcerated. So it didn't go very well. And I really didn't enjoy being locked up. And I learned my lesson from being locked up today to make better decisions, to not get locked up ever again, because it's not a very good place to be and it takes you away from your life. It took me away from my life. And since the completion of my sentence, I've grown wiser, become a better person. Uh, I, I got off probation in 2007, maintained employment, became a realtor. Right now, I'm a property inspector for Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Uh, I raised my two sons. I have a 13-year-old son that I'm raising. I'm a single parent to him, so I get him to and from school. I really, I love my son, and that's pretty much my life. Uh, that's what I do is take care of him and take care of work. That's it. Community service, I would say, I'm going to say, I've done a lot of community service, but one of the main ones that sticks out to me is securing the Mayfair Mall, securing pedestrians. That's one of the more spectacular community service things. It's not community service, it's my job, but I did protect the community there. And I'm very glad to have obtained that job because I always wanted to be a security officer. And they gave me a chance while being a felon to be a security officer. I like to say I'm seeking a pardon today because I feel that I'm fully rehabilitated and I'll never jeopardize my life again, making bad decisions that will land me in jail and take me away from my son because that's something I'll never I can never see doing again is being locked up with this in this cruel world cruel and good world. It's a crazy world we live in today. And I feel the governor should grant me a pardon uh, to gain better employment. The felonies that I have, the past felonies have stopped me from gaining better employment. So that's one of the main things that I'm searching for. Because in the past, I started working factory jobs, but I could have became a better worker, a firefighter, a police officer. I could have became went to the army. I couldn't do those things because I had a felony. So I hope that Tony Evers and the pardon board forgives me for my past crimes. And that's pretty much what I have.
Thank you, Mr. George. Any other questions from the board? Eric.
Good morning, Mr. George. Thanks for your time today. My
morning.
question, in your application, you talk a little bit about mentoring younger people. What's the message that you hope to convey to people that you're mentoring?
My message that I convey to younger people off the top of my head would be make better decisions. Be aware of your decisions because a quick decision can like change your life. Because a quick decision changed my life. So that's one of the main things I tell young people is just be aware of your decisions. I tell my son that every day. You know, I tell him to be aware of that because that one bad decision can really can mess up a lifetime, a life. It can mess up your future. So bad decisions is it's one of my main things because it's bad decisions really got to pay attention to be aware of the decisions that you make. And I also say to stay positive, keep a positive attitude, and be aware of positivity because and just look at life and see what's going on around you and realize that is a lot of bad going on. So pay attention to what's going on. So that's my main thing that I like to tell people, tell students and my sons and everybody else I encounter.
Thank you. Appreciate you sharing that.
Thanks.
Reverend Hancock?
Mr. George, the Milwaukee County DA's office reviewed your application and supports your getting a pardon. How does that support make you feel?
The support made me feel super happy. It made me feel it shocked me when I opened the letter. I opened the letter 2 days ago. I had already rallied for letters of support from others, and I submitted them through the email. So once I received that 2 days ago, it just made me feel. It made me feel a sense of like I felt like like proud, like someone else other than my inner circle supported me. So it just made me feel an overwhelming sense of like happiness. I felt really happy. when
Great.
I opened it and read that because I thought it could have been bad news, but it wasn't. It's good
Thank you
news.
thank you.
Thank you. Any other
Thank you.
questions from the board? All right, thank you, Mr. George. Appreciate your time this morning and hope you enjoy your weekend.
All right, you all too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Next up, we have Ronald Payette. Mr. Payette? Mr. Payette, are you with us in the Zoom? Okay, we will reach out to Mr. Payette. In the meantime, we will hear from Amber Davis. Ms. Davis.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Do you want me to start right away?
We'll turn it right over to you. Yeah.
Okay, great. So the offenses that I am seeking a pardon for today are possession of a controlled substance, heroin. I have a burglary conviction, and I also have several counts of retail theft that were combined into one case. I think those are pretty self-explanatory what they are, so I don't think I really need to get into it. I'm just going to take a second here. I thought someone was going to be before me, so I just want to have my
That's all right.
mind.
Take your time, Ms. Davis.
So when I say I don't want to elaborate on those charges, they do speak for themselves what they are. I mean, I went into a person's house and I stole from them. I sold those belongings. It was actually my own grandmother after she was deceased. I'm very ashamed about that. So I will say that possession of heroin. I was a heroin addict. I was a heroin addict for years. It's amazing that that's the only count of possession of heroin that I have because I was pretty deep in my addiction. The retail theft that kind of goes along with the heroin addiction, stealing from multiple businesses, selling the things that I stole to support my heroin addiction. Let's get to the good part. What I did after I got out of prison. My main goal when I got out of prison was to try to do reunification with my two sons. I actually have a 22-year-old son and a 20-year-old son right now. And they were approaching their teenage years when I got out of prison. And I thought I paid my debt to society. Everything was going to be fine. It turns out it's not that easy. You do a lot of damage when you're away from your kids and you're stuck in a heroin addiction. So I got out, I gained meaningful employment right away. I started to work on things with them and it was hard. I mean, it wasn't easy. It wasn't like a light bulb turned on and I was just automatically happy, law-abiding citizen. I still stumbled a lot. I didn't really want to address the nature of my problem, which a lot of it was the addiction, but a lot of it was like a lack of morality, or lack of impulse control, making good decisions, separating myself from people that really didn't have my best interest at heart. So, as time went on, I realized like this really isn't working for me. I got more serious. Like I dove into a 12-step program. I got a sponsor. I started sponsoring women. I worked for a sober living enterprise that actually I'm still really close with them. I was actually just there yesterday. And when I got to the root of my problem, which really was me, I mean, some people might try to blame it on, the system or the police. That was all me. My childhood wasn't great and I didn't handle that well. And I became the mom and the person that my mother was, and I never wanted to be that. Fast forward 2019, I got really, really serious about my step work. I got really, really serious. I mean, I tried to occasionally drink and do all these things that you think you can do. Like you think you're a normal person, you think you have control over it. I gave all of that up. I've been sober since October 16th of 2019. So next month, God willing, I'll have 6 years. I know some people in here have talked about how their conviction have prevented them from being able to get, better jobs. I'm fortunate. I'm actually at work right now. I work for the city of Milwaukee. They gave me a chance in 2021 and they've promoted me every year since then. I work in our administrative services financial department. I was promoted last year, actually, after I turned my application in. It's a great fit for me. I'm trusted here. I show up for work every day. I am a person that I would rely on. I had a baby in 2020. He's 4. I got married this year. My husband works for the city of Milwaukee. the reason that I want this pardon isn't necessarily because it's holding me back from anything. I just don't think that my criminal history reflects the person that I am anymore. I look at that person and those things that that person did, and I don't see me in, I don't recognize that at all. I don't know if I deserve a pardon. I feel like I've worked really hard to be the person that I always wanted to do, but never thought that I had the ability to do. I wanted to think that the odds were stacked against me to have a meaningful life. And as it turns out, that's not the case. I am a good wife. I am a good mother. I am a good friend. I am a good daughter, sister, you name it. I know that I'm a good person now. So I hope that the pardon board sees the same. And that is all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Appreciate that. Members of the board, any questions? Okay, I think you covered everything then. Thank you very much for your time this morning, Ms. Davis, and hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you, too.
Okay. Great. Mr. Payette, Ronald Payette, do we have you in the Zoom yet? Okay. We will keep working on that. And in the meantime, we'll move on to Richard Trlean. Mr. Trlean.
Hello? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Oh,
Okay.
we can't quite see you yet. And now I believe you're muted again.
Okay. Okay.
There we go.
Can you hear me?
Perfect. Yes, we can see you. Go right ahead. Oh, okay. Sorry, we've lost your sound again. If you could unmute one more time.
There we go.
Perfect.
How about now?
Good.
My charges were concealing stolen property. My cousin stole a motorcycle, parked it in my mother's garage. Told him I wanted it gone. He asked me if I could help him. I helped him. Got rid of it, made no money off of it, regret it to this day. I was charged with, I had 3 years of probation, $3,900 worth of restitution, which I paid. I made amends with the victim. I knew who he was. Made amends with him right away. Completely regret it. As far as community, I do as much as I can. I volunteer for Habitat for Humanity, different nursing homes. I've raised money for the veterans. I have mentored some young kids, some young adults that I work with or have worked with in the past, trying to teach them to make the right choices. Family, very important. Right now, I raise my great nieces and nephews because their parents both struggle with addiction. This is kind of hard. Sorry.
We understand. Take your time.
But yeah, no, it's been a long time. I strive to be as good a person as I can be, helping whoever I can, when I can. And I guess that's about it. I hope that the board and Evers will grant me the pardon. It's been a big stigma. And yeah, I guess that's kind of it, short and sweet.
That sounds good. We'll open up and just see if there are any questions from the board. Does anyone have questions? Seeing none, I think that your application, your presentation covered it all, Mr. Trlean. So thank you for your time. Appreciate it and hope you enjoy your weekend.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Ted Papus. Mr. Papus.
Hello.
Good morning.
Oh, hi. Okay, let me see if I get this right on. Okay, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, I'm not getting a good visual, but okay. So first off, I want to thank the board for even hearing this. I never expected it. In my later teens, I did something really stupid. and I was in a really dark place at the time, and I really saw no value to life or anything else. So I did armed burglary, and because I thought that if I had enough money, I could be happy. And of course, that doesn't work. But that was my thinking behind it. I know the board always wants to know what you're thinking. So that's what I was thinking. And what happened was when the police got there, I fully cooperated with both the police and the judicial system. I was let out on bond and waited sentencing. And the whole time I was out, I caused no issues. While on bond, I was able to get a job that I worked at. I was completely honest with the owner and the dealership, and I was very lucky to have found a wonderful person who hired me under those circumstances. Sorry. At sentencing, I was an extremely lucky person. I was before Judge William Zebers, who looked at me as a person and not as a criminal. He took into account that I did nothing wrong beforehand, and that I had a lot of support behind me. There were a lot of people in the courtroom that were standing up for me. Extremely lucky. He gave me a 20-year sentence, and he stayed it for 1 year in the county jail. I did 11 of 12 months in the county jail. I got out a month early for good behavior because, again, I had no issues in the jail. The whole time I was on work release, I continued to work for that same car dealership and had no issues. I paid my weekly privileges to be in Huber and everything. And after a while, I got along really well with all of the police, the judge, the police that were there and everybody else. Once I was released, I moved to Milwaukee, where I went to work at managing high rises with my parents. My parents had moved up here already. I joined the company that they worked for and was also given several smaller places on my own to work for. I worked with the company for about 5 years. During this time, I also ran my own auto detailing business for roughly 3 years. This business, I did set 2 large car dealerships around Milwaukee. That business lasted about 3 years. I went back to school and got my GED. And then I went in 1984 to Milwaukee Area Technical College, and I received an associate degree in 1987 for electronics. After that, let's see, my father passed away in 1988. So I took over his responsibilities in the department building, and I closed out his responsibilities, and I moved my mother back to Kenosha. In December of 1988, I was hired as a field service technician by a medical distributor company in Milwaukee and located in Illinois. I handled all of Wisconsin and the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. And let's see, after a while, after about 4 years there, I was promoted to manager, head of sales at that same office. I did business in almost every hospital, clinic, school, health department, industry in the state of Wisconsin and in the Upper Peninsula. A large number of them were in the UP that I also worked with. I left the company when it was sold because I did not agree with the philosophy of the new owners that had taken over. It was a very personable thing to me. They didn't feel that way. They were more corporate. I had worked there for 26 years when I left. In 1996, I met my future bride. Sorry. I told her about my history, and she accepted it fully, which I couldn't believe. She's the most wonderful person I know. She's the love of my life, my best friend, and my biggest supporter. We've been married 20 years now this year, and I'm an incredibly lucky man. Through all of this, I'm incredibly lucky. I'm blaming nobody for anything I did. Since retiring, I've been basically doing most of my projects. I'm one of those jack of all trades, expert at none. I keep myself pretty busy that way. I've also spent a lot of time taking care of my in-laws. My father-in-law had dementia for a number of years. He just passed. And I look after his wife, who was 85, along with my wife. I continue to take care of her. I've had some health issues. I've had 7 surgeries. I had spinal fusion. Nothing major. I've been healthy. I've been lucky. I've been blessed that way. There's several reasons I'm asking for this pardon. The main one is to be able to travel with my wife. She retired 2 years ago, and that's what she's always wanted to do. I didn't see it when we first got married as being a problem, but things are getting a lot tighter now. And they're asking about things for almost every country if you're a felon. I realize that getting, or I think that getting this pardon, I still will have to check that box felon. But when I can follow it up with, a possible pardon, I think that would make some points. I have no proof. I don't know that for sure. Another reason I want this is because I don't trust the things that are going on in this country right now. I'm a little worried that having a felony conviction, even though it's 45 years ago, can come up and cause problems. Lastly, I want to feel I get some credit for the 45 years of my life I've lived and had no issues. I have maybe a couple parking tickets. That's it. I've taken care of people, my customers, other people, immensely. I've worked for people all over the place. Whether it be little construction projects, helping them out, things like that, I've done all of it. So that kind of sums it all up. I don't know what questions the boards have. I have heard some interesting things about people who are mentoring in that. I don't know anything about that. Something I probably would have wanted to get into, but I have not. So sorry about the tears.
That's okay, Mr. Papus. Thank you. We'll open it up to questions from the board. Board members? Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Pappas, I want to ask you about your arrest in 2008 for possession of child pornography.
Mm-hmm.
In your application, you say that you are sorry, I cannot give you more detailed information beyond what happened in court. Is there anything more you'd like to tell us about the facts in that case?
It's kind of hard. First off, my attorney passed away, and that's who I would have gone to for that part of it. In they came to my house in 2006. I'm actually, because I was told by her, I'm kind of in fear of retribution. I have to watch what I say. Part of and again, I can't talk to an attorney, she's gone, but part of the deferred prosecution was that I would not go after them. I don't know what they consider going after them. I can talk openly with you. I can tell you with complete confidence, I didn't do what they said I did, what they were accusing me of. There was never any connection found between the person who supposedly sent the emails to me and myself. Nothing was ever found. They did not find images on my computer that they were saying were there. Back then, you could not see your computer. Once the government took it, you couldn't get to it. You could only go in occasionally if they let you in to have your computer forensic person look at it. So it took almost 4 years of those little bits and pieces to come up with a case that showed that I didn't do it. But it took a long time to do that. We originally tried to throw the whole thing out the window on Fourth Amendment. They didn't have any right coming to my house because they didn't have any data, which Judge Clovert, federal judge here, agreed with. Then they went to the Seventh Circuit. Seventh Circuit disagreed and sent it back. Then when they sent it back, that's when we got the deferred prosecution. And the best thing I can say for my defense is that I don't believe they would give out a 3-year deferred prosecution where the only thing they say is you can't have your computer back, you can't come after us, being the federal government, and I can't be a teacher in a school because I never was a teacher in a school. I never applied for that. I never had any, I didn't even understand that, why they would bring that up. But I mean, it was a 4-year ordeal, so it's kind of hard to encapsulate for this. But I just don't know how far I can go. There was proof of some faked evidence, and that's a big statement. And I don't want to bring this whole thing crashing down on me again. But there was proof of some faked evidence from our forensic guy. It was bad. It was that was probably the worst part of my life because of the fact that it just hung in limbo and I didn't know what was happening. That, I have to say, I don't think I did anything wrong there that I'm aware of, but the bank I definitely did. And before and after, I've never had it. Even the probation on there, I never had any problem. It just didn't fit. And so it was a very interesting case.
Okay, Mr. Papus, I want to just go a little bit deeper on this because your case actually went up to the U.S. Supreme Court, and
Right.
the record in the Supreme Court, the facts there are this. In May 2005, law enforcement agents in San Diego, California, executed a warrant search of Michael Zblewski account with America Online. The
Right.
search revealed that between April 5th and May 1st, 2005, he sent 17 messages, including 11 that contained child pornography, to long talks at AOL.com. Records later obtained from AOL showed that petitioner, that's you, used long talks AOL as his email address.
Correct.
And so they got a warrant to search your house and your computer.
Right.
And you spoke to the agents during the search, admitting that he had used the screen name Long Talks to trade adult pornography in chat rooms and over email. You also stated that you had received images and videos of child pornography, but he had deleted them. The agents, however, found images of child pornography on the hard drive of petitioner's computer and on a floppy disk seized during the search. So when they came to your house and searched your computer, you admitted that you had child pornography, and they found child pornography on your computer and on a floppy disk that you had apparently kept for more than 18 months. So at that time in your life, why were you viewing child pornography?
I wasn't. Are you finished?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. No, I wasn't. And these are all part of what went down and why originally Judge Gilbert threw it out. There never was a connection between what they supposedly said I was sent and what I had. They did no follow-up. They did no trying to find out if any of that ever went to my computer. The government and part of what I think it was I'm a felon. And so part of what they said was that all of this information was sent to me because this guy, I don't know, I never knew, sent it to me. But they had no proof I received it. Even though AOL has receipt stamps and everything back then, they never even bothered to check if I received it. So that was part of the argument, was that as far as the agents, what they said, I said, I don't believe any of it. I didn't say it. When they came in and they were asking me repeatedly about the pornography, I said, yeah, I looked at pornography. And they put pictures of child pornography on my kitchen table. And I said, I never saw those. And I kept saying I never saw those. But they didn't put that in their report because it didn't fit well. And then they started to say that these images were from 18 months ago. And they were saying that the reason why they would find them on my computer and they had the right to come in my home, even though it's 18 months old, was because they had this boilerplate of how people who collect child pornography are. And I didn't fit any of the boilerplate. Then when they did look through my computer, they didn't find them. It took, we couldn't get the computer. So this should have ended very fast, but they wouldn't let, back then the law was they could not release the computer to anybody else. So our forensic guy would go in there and get like an hour here or an hour there. But when it all came done, it proved that the images weren't on my computer. They were saying there was 100 they found, and they were saying all this stuff, but nothing was found on my computer. And that's why we got the deferred prosecution we did.
Just to be clear.
Sure.
You deny that you ever had child pornography.
Correct.
On your computer. You deny that absolutely.
Yes.
Even though the court record says that you admitted to the agents that you had child pornography.
Right. Because I did not admit to the agents. That's what the agents were saying.
Okay. All right.
So yes, I mean, I never said that, and none. That was not even, yeah, but none was proven. Nothing was shown, and that's why I got such a light deferment. I believe that, and the other thing that came up was that floppy disk you mentioned. So they came in my house, they took my stuff, they took wrote down the numbers of floppy disks and CDs and all that they took. We got the same number back. And then after we got that back, and after my computer guy went in there to analyze one time, their computer person pulled out this floppy disk and said, "Oh, we forgot about this." After he analyzed that, he was able to prove that the screen images that were put on that disk were copies from another computer. Now, I know that sounds terrible, but
thank you. I wanted to give you a chance to explain.
No, I appreciate that very much.
Appreciate the back and forth. I do want to make sure we stay on track with the agenda here, but does anyone else have any pressing questions for Mr. Papus? Okay. Thank you very much for your time then this morning, Mr. Papus. Appreciate it and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you very much to the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Jennifer Gutierrez. Ms. Gutierrez.
Okay, can you see me?
We can hear you, we can't see you.
Uh-oh. And this is not my normal computer.
It does look like your video is on. Do you have like a physical slider over the camera?
No, I don't think so. Host live custom stream. Maybe that's it. Can you see me yet?
No. I'll tell you what, we can either just proceed with audio or we can have someone reach out and try to troubleshoot with you and come back to you in a couple minutes. Which would you prefer?
I mean, if you guys don't mind, I've got a speech prepared, so I'm ready to speak.
Okay, go right ahead.
Okay, I apologize for this, you guys. I'm very nervous today. I'm really grateful for this opportunity. Good morning, and thank you for considering my request for a pardon regarding my Class C felony conviction for forgery. I would like to provide some background on my offense and sentencing. The incident occurred over 30 years ago in 1993 when I was 18 years old. I am 51 now. At that time, I was young, inexperienced, homeless, and influenced by the belief that I was in love. A man who allowed us temporary shelter returned home from work one evening and presented a credit card he claimed to have found in a laundry room. He suggested we use it to purchase gas for the car in which we were living in. I proceeded to obtain $8 worth of fuel using my first name and the victim's surname. Subsequently, I attempted to secure a hotel room, but upon realizing the gravity of my actions, left prior to signing any documentation. The hotel staff found the situation suspicious and contacted law enforcement. A Greenfield police detective located me through our vehicle's license plate. I fully admitted my involvement and provided evidence accordingly. At that time, I was unaware that the credit card had been stolen during a home invasion, possibly by the individual who gave it to me. The detective encouraged me to implicate my boyfriend in the home invasion for a reduced charge, but as he was not responsible, I declined. As a result, I was charged with a Class C felony for forgery. My public defender indicated that this was his first felony case. Ultimately, I was sentenced to 4 years probation, 75 hours of community service, and no restitution. I completed my community service at Old World, Wisconsin, and by reading to children in the K-4 program in Waukesha, and received an early release from probation after 3 years. Since the completion of my sentence, I have made significant positive changes in my life. I married in 1997 and have raised 3 children. Additionally, I became a legal guardian of a family member whose mother passed away when he was 3. I have maintained a stable home environment, residing in one home for 10 years, another for 11, and our current residence for nearly 8 years. I pursued studies in information technology at MATC for 1 year and have held full-time employment since my youngest son entered kindergarten. I remained with one company for 20 years until a permanent layoff during COVID in 2020. Between 2014 and 2019, I volunteered as the coordinator of a junior bowling league in Palmyra, Wisconsin. I respectfully request your consideration for a pardon. I have regretted what I have done and paid my debt to society. I strive to be an upstanding, contributing member of society. I pay taxes, I participate in elections, and uphold community values. Unfortunately, this conviction has hindered my ability to pursue certain career opportunities, including roles in state and government, such as a 911 operator. I hope to continue making my family proud and wish to move forward without the limitations imposed by this felony. Thank you for your time and thoughtful review of my application.
Thank you, Ms. Gutierrez. Before we open up to questions from the board, I note that you just mentioned participating in elections, and we frequently hear from applicants that one of the reasons that they're seeking a pardon is to vote. So I just want to clarify for our Wisconsin Eye viewers and anyone else watching the hearing that in Wisconsin, you are generally eligible to vote as a felon once you have completed your entire sentence, including your probation. So once you're off paper, you are generally eligible to vote. And if anyone has questions about that, would encourage them to consult with an attorney and make sure that if they are eligible to vote, that they're taking advantage of that opportunity. So appreciate you mentioning that, Ms. Gutierrez. Does the board have any questions? Reverend Hancock.
My usual question, or particularly when you get this kind of support, Ms. Gutierrez, the judge in Milwaukee County reviewed your application for a pardon and supports your getting a pardon. Governor Evers will make the final choice, but how does that support make you feel?
I am just beyond happy for the support of everyone involved in this situation, including all of you here today. My husband, the district attorney that sent that letter. I'm just beyond grateful. This is an opportunity that I've waited a long time for, and just to know that he supports that is unbelievable to me, because I just never imagined I'd be here. I just thought this would be something I'd have for the rest of my life.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board for Ms. Gutierrez? Okay, I think that covers it then. Thank you for your time today, Ms. Gutierrez, and I hope that you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. You also.
Thank you. Okay, our next applicant is Terren's Adanju. Mr. Adanju? If you could tell me if I'm pronouncing your last name correctly, that would be appreciated.
Adanju, that was on point.
Okay, great. And we'll turn it over to you.
All right. I'm looking to get a pardon for committing a crime of robbery with use of force. This crime was committed with three other individuals at the UW-Madison campus. It was a random act. The cruel offense was random, dangerous, traumatic for the victim, and not a day goes by without the scenario playing in my head without feeling the weight from hurting the victim, myself, and the people that love me in my life. I take full responsibility and pain for that emotional damage, and I take full responsibility for the catastrophic shifts that played in everybody involved. I was sentenced to 45 days in Huber and 7 years probation. In context for the time, my headspace in the time, I had just lost two brothers to the prison system. And I was a participant in the Operation Fresh Start program on my first term. And by their system, you typically have to let go of a participant that commits a felony while in that program. But they saw something in me. Jim Sanders specifically pulled me in his office and showed me all the participants that I went down the same path as me, and that had a very big impact on me and gave me a second chance. And since then, I've been trying to make better decisions. And um, in my 7 years of probation, I completed my 2-year terms at OFS and enrolled in MITC's graphic design program and graduated with my associate's degree in that field. I worked as a graphic designer at multiple companies. I currently work at PC Name Tag as a graphics production artist. In my spare time, I create my own illustration work and garnered local notoriety through Madison Magazine. I created murals for Goodman Center, and then I designed art workshop for the kids at UW Odyssey to program to encourage their own creativity. And in a full circle moment, I even got the opportunity to serve on the board for a term at Operation Fresh Start. This year, I was able to be commissioned to create art pieces for UW Health in the new Bayview Community Center. And so it's I've been trying to take that energy and just shift it to something more positive. And I just feel like I was able to give back thanks to those people that like really gave me a second try. And I don't feel entitled to Sarniville, but I hope that this party can continue. I can continue to help other kids in the dark who may feel like there's no coming back from making a mistake in the criminal justice system. That's hopefully what I can hopefully inspire other kids to just believe they have that believe in second chances. Obviously, the pardon is, committing the crime has affected me in other ways. Housing. I've been denied housing. I've been denied Airbnbs. Like I can't better. My self confidence to pursue better employment. The list goes on. So I'm just grateful to be here, and if I can have that opportunity, I will do my best with it.
Thank you, Mr. Adanju. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Questions from the board? No, all right. I think that covered everything then. Appreciate your time today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
You too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next applicant is Clifford Jackson. Mr. Jackson, we're ready to hear from you.
Hello, good morning. It's still morning or noon now?
Technically still morning. Good morning to you.
All right. I tried to position my camera so it's good, but this is the best I can do.
This works for us.
All right. So my name is Clifford Jackson. First of all, thank you guys for having me. It's been a while since I got the email saying that I was, granted this opportunity to, come forth in front of you guys. So that I do appreciate. In 2010, I was given a felony for child support payments. And to be honest, my situation is kind of a situation of circumstance, actually, just, being young, not understanding what family life and raising children were pretty much about. I was in college at the time, pretty much almost turning pro to go to the NBA and play basketball. That didn't happen due to injury and, getting the felony and going to jail and all, those sorts of things. But, my main thing is I'm not here to blame anyone or bring up any of the past family issues or anything like that. I'm 46 years old now, married. I have a 3-month-old son. It means the world to me, my wife also. And, I'm just here to basically, ask for a second chance in life, to grow and advance in life and start a career. I've had odd jobs throughout the years, but nothing really gave me the opportunity to pay my child support back completely, with interest growing and that kind of thing. So it was just kind of like a really huge black storm over my life regarding a financial situation for, paying child support. And I do understand the importance of being a father and being involved in your children's lives and supporting them. It's just that, I fell in a situation at the time where I was unable to do that. And, my apologies, to my family, my children for, not being able to support them at the time, with them growing up. My kids are grown now outside of my 3-month-old, and we all have a relationship together. But this felony over my head throughout the years, is just more of a reputation thing versus, having opportunity in life and everything. It's just, my kids looking at me like my dad went to jail and them not understanding, you know, anything about felonies or anything like that. So it was just a struggle to kind of get my reputation back on track in that sense. What I've done since my conviction is, working, like I said, working odd jobs, just trying to make money. I'm an Uber driver now, full time. I just got another job working for the community as a case manager / security guard for the Milwaukee Rescue Mission here, Christian-based organization. Um, let's see, there's a lot. I'm just trying to get it. I had it something written down, but I just said, you know what, I'm gonna go ahead and speak from the heart. To me, it's more honest and more real, in my opinion, not taken away from anyone else. I have become a better civilian, more positive person in life. I'm an artist, so I've done a lot of artwork for a lot of community members here in Milwaukee, a lot of church people that have high names for themselves in my community. And I've gained popularity through my artwork, music, and just being a positive person and influencing youth members, just people, everyone in my life. I just try to stay positive too, and kind of let them know, like, to not make bad decisions, financial decisions. All of that stuff matters in life because eventually it'll have a toll on your life somehow, and you have to have a conscience in life now too, to pay attention to those negativities and all of those responsibilities that a person has in their life. And now I'm taking full ownership of anything that I felt, behind on as far as making child support payments and, those kind of things. So now I'm more of a focused and positive person in life. And I hold those things accountable for myself.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Questions from the board? Eric.
Good still morning, Mr. Jackson. Appreciate your time today.
Morning to you.
So, as I see in your application, as you're talking about today, that you do have a relationship with your children who are now adults. Did you have an opportunity to talk with them about seeking this pardon? Is this something that you've talked to them about?
I actually have not, because I just kind of wanted to do it on my own and take full responsibility of what I've done in life. And hopefully Evers and the board looks at me and gives me another chance in life, so that way once that happens I can kind of reach out to them and let them know now is a time in my life where I get to start over, start fresh, and we can start doing things together. Traveling is the main thing. My wife is really big on traveling, and that's kind of been a setback in my marriage. But taking responsibility of what I have to do and taking care of business first, and then moving forward from in that sense. But yeah, absolutely. I do have a relationship with all my children. I just kind of wanted to take responsibility of this issue on my own, without having involving my children at all.
All right. Thank you for explaining that.
No problem.
Other questions from the board? Jerry.
Mr. Jackson, the judge in Racine County who reviewed your case supports your application for a pardon. How does that make you feel?
That makes me feel very proud. That also makes me feel like basically a positive mind frame for myself. And, for them to support me in that manner also shows integrity. And it, basically gives me a feeling of humility where I have to show respect for myself, and for my children also. But having that opportunity and that support from them says a lot, and it says a big thing. And I definitely, absolutely appreciate that.
Okay. And in 2021, you were arrested for felony domestic abuse. What was that all about?
You mean 2001? Possibly?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Well, our record says 2021.
Yeah, that's should be 2001.
Okay. So what was that about?
Yeah, years ago, the mother of my children here in Milwaukee, we had a dispute. We were both young, and at the time, just really not aware of things in life, that how something bad happens can turn into something even worse and stain your record. So me being the man in the situation, it just it was just really a bad situation. With me being young, not thinking, and just a bad situation, not very bad where, a life is in danger or anything like that, but just a situation where, I regret, to this day, because you can't take time away, and it happened. And I feel very regretful for that. And, it just happened. It was something that, something in my life that just happened really, really bad. And I do regret it. And I've gained a better relationship with the person and my children with that person since then.
Thank you.
Mr. Jackson, I just want to follow up on that date issue a little bit, because we do have multiple records saying that this was a 2021 arrest, and it says no prosecution, but I see there was a restraining order then granted against you in 2022, which might be arising out of the same incident. And it was amended about a year later and lifted, but I want to follow up and see if that is the same set of incidents that you're talking about right now.
No, it's actually not. It's when me and my wife first met each other, who is now my wife actually, we had a dispute, an argument, and possibly a divorce at the time, and things were amended. We, made up, and from that point, everything has been good. And actually, in that same incident, other people were involved, which we shouldn't have had. So that was one of the main issues too that were going on at that time. And now everything is good. My wife is very happy. So am I. We got a child now, and none of those negative or drama issues are ever occurring again in either of our lives.
Okay, thank you. Other questions from the board? Right. Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Jackson. I think that covers it from us, and we'll wish you a good weekend.
Thank you guys as well.
Thank you. Next up, we have Tony Sofa. Mr. Sofa.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, position my camera here. So good morning, board members. Thank you very much for your time today. My name is Tony, and I'm here today to respectfully request your consideration for a pardon. Now, at age 16, I was convicted of a Class D felony for theft of movable property after taking money from another student at school. There were no weapons involved in this incident. It was a poor decision made in my youth, and I take full responsibility for it. At the time, I was hanging with the wrong crowd and just looking for an easy way to make money. I was sentenced to 3 years probation, which I successfully completed. In addition, I paid $94 in restitution and completed 120 hours of community service. Now, since completing my sentence, I have worked hard to build a stable and meaningful life. I attended Herzing College for Information Technology, then began my professional career at WPS Health Insurance, where I worked for about 10 years. Now, for the past 13 years, I have been employed with American Family Insurance, where I continue to grow in my career. I am married, and my wife and I are raising 2 children, one of whom we just sent off to college. I also give back to my community by volunteering at the Second Harvest Food Bank twice a year. I'm an entrepreneur. I run my own rental car business along with other online retail businesses. Now, I am seeking a pardon today because my felony conviction continues to create barriers as I work towards becoming a licensed insurance agent. I have dedicated my life to my family, my career, and my community. And I believe my actions over the past 2 decades shows that I have grown beyond the mistake that I've made as a teenager. A pardon would allow me to move forward fully, contribute more to my profession, and continue being a positive role model for my children, family, and community. And that's all I have for you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sofa. We'll just see if there are any questions from the board. Board members? All right. I think that covered everything then. Thank you for your time and hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend.
So much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. We'll do one more call for Ronald Payette. Mr. Payette? Okay. Hearing none, that is our last applicant of the morning session. So we'll be back this afternoon, but at this time, I'll entertain a motion to move into closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statute section 19.85 sub 1 sub A, D, and F for purposes of deliberations concerning specific cases before the board, specific applications, and financial, medical, and social histories of specific persons. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Anthony, second. Nadia, all in favor, aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries, and we will move into closed session. Us board members, just give us a moment to make sure that we get everyone back to the waiting room and the live stream stopped. All right, if you're just joining us from the Zoom waiting room, we're just going to give everyone a minute to connect and get audio working before we start this afternoon's hearing. Good afternoon, everyone. If you're just joining us, we're going to take just a moment to get everyone in from the waiting room. And all right, I think that is everyone. We may have a few folks join us still, but we'll go ahead and get started. Good afternoon. My name is Mel Barnes. I am Chief Legal Counsel to Governor Evers and the chair of his Pardon Advisory Board. I'm going to introduce my fellow board members this afternoon. We'll go through a little bit of housekeeping about how the hearing is going to run, and then we will get started hearing from all of you. Let's start with some introductions though. With us here in the Zoom, we have board member Professor Eric Liberator, who teaches paralegal students from around the world and University of Cincinnati's online program. He previously served as a supervising attorney with Disability Rights Wisconsin, focused on public benefits eligibility and in the governor's office. He has held editorial roles with the American Bar Association, coordinating articles on trauma-informed lawyering and pro bono volunteering. We have board member Nadia Perez-Reyes, who is the Deputy Secretary for the Department of Children and Families. She previously worked as a state public defender and as an attorney for Legal Action of Wisconsin. We have board member Reverend Jerry Hancock, who is the director of the Prison Ministry Project. He previously served as a public defender, a deputy district attorney, and as an administrator for the Department of Justice's Division of Law Enforcement Services. We have board member Anthony Cooper Sr., who is the Vice President of Strategic Partnerships and Reentry Services for Nehemiah Center for Urban Leadership Development, and he is the CEO of Focused Interruption. He received a pardon from Governor Evers in January of 2021. And we have board member Officer Jennifer Lewis, who is an officer with the Madison Police Department. She holds a master's in social work from the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee and a degree in counseling. Officer Lewis previously worked providing frontline response for the Rape Crisis Center and advocating for state policies that benefit women and families. I'll go through a couple of housekeeping notes about how today's hearing will run before we dive in. So everyone, please just keep in mind that today's hearing is being live streamed on Wisconsin Eye and YouTube. So please mute yourself and keep your video off until it is your turn to be heard by the board so that we can hear everyone and make sure that we're focused on the person presenting. If you do run into any IT issues with your video or audio, don't worry about it. Someone will reach out to you and help you try to troubleshoot that. If we need to come back to you because Zoom isn't cooperating when it's your turn, we can absolutely do that. Otherwise, we will call folks up in the order listed on the agenda and open meetings notice. Each person will have about 5 minutes with the board. We'll ask you to spend the first 3 of those minutes speaking to the questions that we sent you in advance of today's hearing. As a reminder, those are to first, please provide us with a brief summary of the offense that you're seeking a pardon for and how your sentence went. We're not here to retry the crime. You don't need to minimize your involvement. We just want to hear from you in your own words what happened. Second, to give us a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence. Community involvement, employment, where you're at now, and how your life is different than the time of your offense. And then third, and finally, a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. Once you've spent about 3 minutes speaking to those questions, we'll open it up to any additional questions board members may have for you. We have reviewed all of your application materials in a lot of detail, so don't read into it too much if there are questions or not, either way. We do want to make sure, though, if board members have questions, we are able to get to those so we can make a thorough recommendation to the governor. Once you're done with any questions from us, you're welcome to sign off and leave the Zoom hearing. And once everyone has been heard by the board will convene in closed session to decide whether or not to recommend your application to the governor. You need a majority support of board members present in order for your application to be forwarded on to him, and the governor will then make a final decision on whether to grant or deny your application. Either way, you'll hear about the outcome of today's hearing in about a month to a month and a half from today. So we know you've been really patient to get to this point, and we thank you for that. And it will be just a little bit longer so that we can use that time to make our recommendations to the governor. With that, we'll go ahead and get started with our first applicant of the afternoon session, which is Gary McKenzie. Mr. McKenzie?
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Gary McKenzie. Back in May of 2003, I was arrested for possession of a short-barreled shotgun after stepping into a dispute involving my sister. Instead of calming the situation, I let it escalate. At that time in my life, I was irresponsible, self-centered, and more focused on impressing others than making the right choices. I take full responsibility for that mistake. I was sentenced to 6 months in Huber with work and childcare release, along with 36 months of probation, which I successfully completed in 2007. It has been over 18 years since I completed my sentence, and I can honestly say I've grown from that experience, and I understand how reckless and unacceptable my actions were. Not long after completing my sentence, I joined the U.S. Army, where I served 13 years, 7 on active duty and 6 in the reserves, included deployments to Iraq in 2009 and Afghanistan in 2012. The Army gave me structure, discipline, and purpose. I rose to the rank of staff sergeant and was entrusted with serious responsibilities, which included serving as a unit armor, being responsible for securing the unit's weapons and sensitive equipment, and as a unit prevention leader assigned to conduct more than 75 urinalysis tests to ensure discipline and accountability within my unit. Those years taught me accountability, leadership, and how to put others first. Since returning home, I've worked hard to build stability in my civilian life. I've worked as an electrical estimator since 2016, earning certifications and advancing my skills. I'm also pursuing a bachelor's degree in sports and health sciences with a concentration in nutrition and health and fitness. Alongside that, I plan to earn my personal trainer certification. Fitness became a true passion of mine during my military service, where I not only trained myself, but also developed strong understanding of how to train and motivate others. My goal is to use that knowledge to coach on the side of my current career, helping people improve their health and confidence. My greatest motivation is my family. My wife has stood by me through the challenges of my past and has been an incredible source of support as I've worked to become a better man. Together, we built a stable home and raised 4 wonderful children. My oldest son, Gary, is a full-time college student, working as a dockhand and living independently with his girlfriend. My middle son, Houston, is now a senior at Ripon College, studying business management and playing basketball. My daughter, Aaliyah, is a high school junior who completed her last school year with a 4.3 GPA, excelling in honors and AP classes. And my youngest son, Micah, is in 1st grade, growing and learning more every day. When my older kids were growing up, I coached their sports and went to school field trips whenever I was allowed. But my record still created limits. For example, I could attend trips, but I wasn't permitted to ride on the bus or other transportation with my kids. I had to meet them there. That was a reminder of the shadow my convictions still cast over my life. With Micah just beginning his school and sports journey, I don't want to miss out or to be held back again. I want to be able to help coach his teams, go on field trips, and be fully present without barriers. That's one of the biggest reasons I'm asking for a pardon today. The other is peace of mind for my family's future. I built a stable career, but like anyone else, I know circumstances can change. Looking for work as a felon is intimidating and limiting, and I've already seen opportunities slip away despite being qualified. I've also ran into problems when trying to rent housing in Menominee Falls after returning from the military, the place I chose to make my home, and I was turned down because of my felony record. That situation ultimately pushed me into purchasing a home sooner than I had planned. A pardon would remove that shadow, open doors for career advancement and housing opportunities, and give me the security of knowing I can always provide for my family. I also want to note that the district attorney's office that prosecuted my case has reviewed my application and expressed support for this pardon. They specifically recognize my military service and the work I've done since my conviction. Having that support means a lot, and I believe it reflects the progress I've made in my life. This isn't about erasing my past. It's about making sure a mistake from over 20 years ago doesn't limit my future. For more than 18 years since completing my sentence, I've lived responsibly and stayed out of trouble. While I've had a few minor traffic issues this past year, all non-criminal and resolved, I take responsibility for them too, and I've made adjustments to avoid even small mistakes going forward. I'm proud of my military service, my career, my education, and most of all, my family. I believe my record since my conviction shows rehabilitation, stability, and a commitment to being a positive influence. Lastly, I want to say thank you for your time and for considering my application.
Thank you, Mr. McKenzie. Appreciate that. And I should have noted before we began, Professor Liberatore is recused from your application, so you'll see he's gone off camera and not participating, and that is why. With that, I'll open up to questions from the board. Jerry.
Mr. McKenzie, you had great letters of support from your military colleagues. We often hear that people who want to serve in the military have great difficulty because they have a felony conviction. How were you able to negotiate getting into the Army with a felony?
At the time when I joined the military, we were in the wars with Iraq and Afghanistan, so they were having a lot of waivers for people with felonies. So I was granted a waiver in order to join.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from the board?
Mr. McKenzie, thank you for your time. You had mentioned and were very forthcoming with police contact that you've had since then. I know I'm just trying to clarify that it all looks like it was related to operating with a revoked driver's license. Is that correct?
That wasn't what I was referring to.
Okay.
Those ones were, I think back in like 2003 or something that you're referring to. This was a speeding ticket that I got, and then I got a ticket for failure to report damage to property adjacent to a highway.
Gotcha. Very, very minor then.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Mr. McKenzie? Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. McKenzie. That covers it. We appreciate your time and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Terry Quinn. Mr. Quinn. Mr. Quinn, are you with us in the Zoom? We have a couple of unnamed iPhones, so I just want to be sure. Okay, we will try coming back to Mr. Quinn. Oh. Mr. Quinn, is that you?
Yes, I'm here. I'm trying to make sure I'm doing this. There we go.
Perfect. Okay, we'll turn it over to you.
How y'all doing? Terry Quinn, as you know, I was arrested 2023 for possession with the intent to deliver cocaine, party 2, a crime. I was sentenced to 7 years, 8 years, 7 years confinement, 8 years on extended supervision. In the time of my incarceration, I was able to get my high school diploma. I was doing a correspondence to get my high school diploma before I got incarcerated, so they would allow me to finish my diploma there. So they allowed me to get my materials. Also completed a custodial service uh, while incarcerated. Didn't get into any trouble there, no minor tickets or anything. As I got released in 2010, I got released in 2010, August of 2010. Came home, had 2 part-time jobs in 2011, right after the new year of 2011, 2 part-time jobs. That's the reason why I'm asking for a partner, because one of the jobs that I had got was a custodial service, something that I got my vocational in prison. I kind of like that, doing that vocational. I mean, sorry, I'm nervous. So I doing those 2 part-time jobs. One of them was a transportation company, and the other one custodial service. So custodial service, that job came first. So what we would do, we'll go around to SDC, these schools, and after school is out, we'll go clean up, top scrub and buff the floors as needed, do a lot of cleaning, trash taken out. And then the second part-time job was a transportation company I was driving for, a company called Able Access. So one of the reasons why I'm asking for a partner, because after that, doing that custodial service, he ended up getting more contracts that had something to do with MPS schools and other private schools. Well, once he got those contracts, had to be let go because of those companies wanted to run background checks on the people they're going to be doing the work for them. So with me having a felony, yeah, I had to be let go. But I appreciated him for giving me that opportunity to do that. That led me to go to the transportation company, then go there 4 times. So I was able to do that 4 times, all within the same week. I was working both jobs. They're also the same thing, almost similar situation. Like he subcontract for the VA, Transit Plus, I believe it was, and Transit Express. So he also had a lot of contracts. Well, and I was only working for $9 an hour, and some of those other jobs paid like 14. I wasn't able to do none of those other contracts because of, again, they needed to run background checks, and I was only limited to do certain things. Another reason I was seeking or asking for a partner, my daughter also works for the VA. She had been, my oldest daughter, we getting on track. She blamed me she ended up getting raped while I was incarcerated. Actually, 2 of my daughters did. And the oldest one blamed me for not being there. We talked for a little while. She gave me a hard time, and I just let it to be, not argue with her, just try to earn things out. And she blamed me for that. And, I take the blame for that I made a mistake. It was just one of the things. She kind of gave me an ultimatum. If we can kind of like somewhat get a business together, then her and my other daughter that work for the VA. She can get contracts through the VA because she's worked there, but and I told them they wouldn't allow me to help out with that. My oldest daughter, she's an accountant. She graduated from Mount Marion College here in Milwaukee. My other daughter again, she's a nurse. She would dispatch. We talked it over about getting a business. I would be one of the drivers. My other son would be a driver. And my daughter went to Mount Marion. She graduated for accountant. She's an accountant. She will be the accountant, if that's something we're able to do. But again, I just told her I'll just try and ask and seek for a pardon, and that's the best that I can do because I would do anything to try to make it right.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. I just want to open up and see if the board has any other questions for you. Eric.
Good afternoon, Mr. Quinn. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
I have one comment and one question. I'll start with the comment. So, as I look at this, you were released to extended supervision in 2010. And in 8 years, there is not a single violation. You're never revoked, you're never arrested. And I just want to make sure that, we've all thought about that on the board because that is a very long time to have gone without anything happening. My question for you is about preparing your application. I know this was probably 2 years ago or so, but could you take me back to when you were filling out the application, and do you remember how it felt? Was this stressful, confusing? Were you in a rush? Was anybody helping you? Just any of the details of filling out this form.
It was stressful. It was a little stressful. Some of it was straightforward. It was a little stressful. I got a little help from a person that I knew, a young lady. Father's making copies and things like that, but father's getting my paperwork, going down to the county. None of that was a breeze. I think it was stressful at the beginning, but once I started going with it, it wasn't too bad at all. I honestly, yeah.
Thank you for sharing your experience
Yeah.
on that.
All right. Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Jerry.
Mr. Quinn, the DA's office in Milwaukee County reviewed your application for a pardon, and they support your getting a pardon. Now, Governor Evers will make the final decision, but how does their support make you feel?
Yeah, wonderful. Like, it's just something I can go back. Again, the main thing is to go back to my daughter and just let her know that I did it. I got to this point. I appreciate it, and that I'm trying. I know it's not nothing final, but it's just it gives me chills right now to be able to just let her know that I could be possibly one step closer. I could be.
Okay, and you've been working for the city of Milwaukee since 2017?
Yes, sir.
And you got a very good letter of support from your supervisor. Is that something you want to continue to do?
Yes, I do want to continue to do that. That actually, that was my he was a manager. He was a manager. Yes, he's the top manager over there. We got 3 over there. I do love that work. I deal with asphalt, street maintenance. We deal with a lot of asphalt, and he loved. I love that work. I like that work, and he sat and watched me one day, and he pulled me in the office because I went beyond it, a little bit over and beyond, to help a lady out to do her. It's a city property, but it was by her driveway, and he seen that a couple of times, and it ran me late from getting off work, but I really didn't care because it made me feel good that she feel good on the work that I did for her. So,
well,
yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yep, you're welcome. Thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Quinn? Mr. Quinn, just one for me. It looked like in 2020, you had an unemployment compensation overpayment, and there was about $600 that you had to pay back there. Have you paid that?
Unemployment in 2020?
Yeah. Does that sound familiar?
No, I never. Maybe I don't. I think that was my son. It wasn't. He's a junior. Yeah,
That's possible. These don't generally have birth dates, so okay. We'll note that. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay. Thanks so much for your time, Mr. Quinn. Appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend.
No, thank you. You too. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Next up, we have Marlon Thompson. Mr. Thompson.
Hello.
Hello.
A little nervous. Uh, I thank y'all for letting me come in today for the pardon and speaking on my behalf. And nervous.
It's okay. Take your time.
I basically I can read what I had wrote out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, 1 second. So I received a felony charge for misappropriate ID. It was a mistake. I was under the influence of alcohol and marijuana at the time. I was told I was able to use the card to purchase something at the time. I did not think anything of it, but looking back now, I understand where I went wrong and have regretted it since my sentence in Dane County Jail went by without involving uh, incident any incident besides the emotion, stress, and medical problems. I cannot pronounce that word, but I'm gonna skip over that. And then since completing my 10 year my sentence 10 years ago, I have become a dad and have loved turning my life around for my daughter. My mom suffered from multiple uh I can't pronounce that word. Also, she got MS and a wide range of different difficult medical problems. So I started taking care of her and working as her power attorney. I used to take care of my dad also, but he passed away in May of 23. I also worked with McDonald's, Taco Bell, and Mad City Mobility for a while also. And nurse. And the reason I should receive a pardon, I have been staying out of trouble since I caught this case. This charge have made it harder to find jobs and get stable housing. I would like also to have the ability to get my gun rights when looking when looking up my background, it creates a picture of me that is truly not the person I am. I just would like a chance to start over. And that's it. That's it.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and open it up to questions from the board.
Yeah.
Any questions for Mr. Thompson?
I'm sorry.
Sorry. Eric and then Officer Lewis.
Good afternoon, Mr. Thompson. Thanks for your time
Good
today.
man.
In your application, you talk about, your alcohol use contributing to this offense. What is your relationship with alcohol today?
Well, I drink like socially. I hardly drink like that, but I learned like from what I did at the time because okay, I should have put in a little bit more, but the year before that I had got shot like 9 or 10 times or whatever, and when I came home from like rehab and stuff, I started like smoking marijuana and drinking a lot because I was going through a lot of stress, and like the marijuana was helping with like my pain, and I kind of like started bruising more as that happened the following year. I caught the case, and it was because of the drug use that I use and stuff like that. But now since then, I don't drink like that, and when I do drink, I probably have a shot or two. Back then, I was drinking like a lot, and it won't help you for me also.
Thank you for sharing that. Did you seek any formal help or receive any treatment?
No, not no treatment, but I just did the best I could. I had like people like guided me through every step and stuff like that.
All right, appreciate it.
No problem.
Officer Lewis?
Thank you. So, Mr. Thompson, your original crime was in June of 2015, correct?
Yes.
Okay. It sounds like you had a lot of various issues in your life at that time. The alcohol probably didn't help
Yeah.
a lot of those issues, right?
Mhm.
So how has that been working for you, not being in any sort of formal treatment capacity and just being, I forget exactly how you phrased it, but sort of supported and guided by friends and family since 2015 up through now? How has that been working for you?
I've been doing good with it. Like I normally stay away from alcohol. Like I probably have, like I said, I have a shot or two every once in a while, but not like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you have no restitution due in any capacity whatsoever at this point?
No, I pay everything off.
Okay. So I realize also that this is pre-2015, but tell me a little bit about this felony child abuse. It sounds like it was maybe caused substantial harm. I don't see anything else about it.
You said child abuse?
In 2013.
Okay, 2013. I got into it with my ex-girlfriend. See, technically, I got jumped. I don't know what they say. I had hit that person with child abuse. They basically jumped on me, but he was a child who,
Okay. So how old were you at that point in time, would you say, roughly?
I was what, I think 19.
Okay. And then the uh, person that the courts were identifying as a child victim, how old?
I think he was like 12 or 13, and my ex-girlfriend was, I think, 17, turning 18, because we like 2 years apart. And then it was like her friend also. So like three people against my story or whatever, but her friend, it really two, because her friend, she walked up in the mix of me talk the police coming and stuff like that. So they let her tell her stuff, like tell her side of the story like she was there the whole time, which they saw her walking up at the time they would start talking to us.
Okay. Okay. Would you recall what the disposition or the outcome of that case was?
Um, what you mean by that?
On what I'm reading, 23 arrests for felony child abuse, intentionally caused harm, disposition not reported. And I'm sort of simultaneously trying to look through CCAP to see what the disposition was.
Yeah.
For that, were you ever convicted for that case?
No, not do I know I remember. I know I had was I got on misdemeanor probation for
Okay.
that and stuff like that. Then when I caught the other cases and for my felony charge 2015, that's when I became a felon.
Okay. 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 And you're looking for this pardon to improve your relationship with your daughter, be a better role model for your daughter,
Yes, I
increase
should have mentioned that
employment.
too.
I'm sorry?
I said sorry. I said I should have mentioned a lot more, but I was just
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that seems like an important one for you, right?
Yeah.
Employment opportunities and housing opportunities. We all know that there's lots and lots of barriers and challenges for people with felon records
Yes.
when it comes to housing. Talk to me about the obtaining a firearm. It looks like that's listed as another reason for you seeking a pardon.
Yeah.
Tell me more about that, please.
Um, I just would like to have my firearm rights, because I'm a felon now. I know I can't not get my gun license, and then I've been shot before, and it had nothing to do with me at the time when I got shot. Well, it still had nothing to do with me at all, but I just like to be able to have my gun rights and stuff like that.
Okay, so it would be your intention to pursue a concealed carry through that legal
Yes.
avenue if this was restored? Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Mr. Thompson, following up on that, I noticed that you also noted in your application that you were seeking a pardon to vote. And we get a lot of questions about this on the board. So I just want to state for you and for anyone else who might be watching on Wisconsin Eye that in Wisconsin, you are generally eligible to vote with a felony conviction as long as you've completed your sentence, including any probation or extended supervision.
Yeah.
So I would encourage you to look into that because it's very likely that you can vote regardless of the outcome of today's hearing.
Yeah.
Can I just ask one more question?
Yep.
Go ahead.
You mentioned some steps taken since your conviction, as far as mentoring youth in your community, and volunteering sounds like to help individuals, moving or relocating.
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit more about the youth mentorship that you, have been doing. How long have you been doing that? Is there a particular agency that you're working with? Is it
But
just
not
like people in your neighborhood that you're helping out?
more like people in my neighborhood, like some of the kids I see like going down the wrong track and like stuff like that. And then like I talk to my like family members or like other friends of my friends who like they little brothers and sisters and stuff like that to tell them like, they can't be out in the streets doing this and that. And, just tell them my situation on me getting how I got shot and stuff like that. And like, cause there's a lot of gun violence out here and people trying to fight people and then you never know somebody might go get a weapon or trying to harm them and don't be doing like crazy stuff like stealing from people and stealing out the stores and try to rob people and stuff like that. So I'll be trying to talk to them, put a little sense in their head and stuff like that.
Great. I'd encourage you to maybe look at, or consider formalizing that aspect
And
of your work.
now I have a daughter now. She's 6 years old, so I'll be trying to teach her a lot of different things too.
Thank
And
you.
also this year I was thinking about trying to like get into like a school to work in the school and stuff like that to talk to the youth and stuff too. Also, so that's my goal for this year.
Thank you.
No problem.
Any other questions for Mr. Thompson? All right. Thank you, Mr. Thompson. I appreciate your time this morning and hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend.
You too. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Next up, we have David Jackson. Mr. Jackson.
Hi. Hello.
Hello.
Okay, this is Jennifer Lewis. I don't know what I'm doing. This is my wife's thing.
You're on.
Okay.
We can hear you and see
Okay.
you. So
Okay, you
far,
can hear
so
me and
good.
see me? All right.
Yeah.
So, all right. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is David Jackson, and I'm here to take full responsibility for my mistake that I made in 1994. At that time, I was 18 years old, homeless, and desperate. I needed money to buy a bus ticket to go see my mom in Texas and live with her. After asking several people for help and receiving none, I made a terrible decision. I entered my ex-girlfriend's home through a window and took $100 from her drawer. I wasn't thinking clearly, and I certainly wasn't thinking about the consequences and how it would affect her family, or my future. I deeply regret that choice and the harm it caused. Three years later, I was arrested and brought back to Wisconsin to face charges. I was offered a choice: accept two misdemeanors and 90 days in jail, or a felony and 3 years probation. Out of fear and lack of understanding, I chose the felony and 3 years probation. Looking back, I would have taken the misdemeanors and the 3 months in incarceration. I didn't realize this then how deeply this conviction would impact my life. I have a visual disability, so I'm trying to read this one.
That's okay, take your time.
So that time I had a few misdemeanor charges related to disorder. That's way not the way we're supposed to be, I don't think. Since that time, I've had a few misdemeanor charges related to disorderly conduct and alcohol use, but I've never committed another theft or burglary. I'm not proud of those moments, but I've worked hard to change and grow. After my conviction, I struggled to find employment until a carpenter took a chance on me. I stayed on a good path until 2006 when tragedy struck. My first wife died in a motorcycle accident. Just 3 months after our wedding. I fought for custody over two kids in one. The grief overwhelmed me, and I had the deep depression and alcoholism. Wow, that was harder to say out loud. In 2009, I joined a local charity organization called the Odd Fellows in Janesville, and we met my current wife. Together, we raised her two sons and my youngest stepson, and formed our own charity group in 2010 to support people in need. In 2016, I started my own business, building and remodeling business with my wife's support. I sought treatment for my alcoholism and depression, and earned my GED, and we became licensed foster parents. We provided emergency respite and care, and eventually took in two teenage boys after my close friend passed away from cancer. Today, five of the six boys have graduated high school that we raised and are leading productive lives. Our youngest will graduate next year. I'm now a proud grandfather to two grandsons, and I cherish being their pop-pop. I've been sober since 2013, and sobriety is a cornerstone of my life. I want to show my sons and my grandkids that you are not defined by your past or your addictions. You can overcome with support and determination. I'm seeking a pardon because I am no longer the person I was in 1994. I've learned from my mistakes, and at 50 years old, I feel I've truly grown into the man I was meant to be. I would like to run for local office to serve my community, but the felony conviction stands in the way. My passion is helping people after tragedies such as the house fires, floods, and severe storms have struck their house. I was working for a company who we did this for, and the guy went to another company and he tried getting me on there, and because of the felony conviction, I wasn't able to work for that company. Unfortunately, after, and that's not a company. I was unable to continue to work for him. If granted me a pardon, I would have to return. I could return to this field. There's nothing like restoring a home devastated by forces beyond anyone's control, and witnessing the joy it brings to those affected. I was able to apologize to my victim, and I understand she didn't have to forgive me. I know that breaking into her home made her feel unsafe and violated, and I deeply regret causing her that pain. I paid the court-ordered restitution, approximately $350, which included $100 for the money that I had taken and $250 for damage to the window. I wish I had been the person I am today back then and made a better choice. Thank you for considering my request. I am committed to continuing to live a life of integrity, service, and accountability.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Questions from the board? I have one to get us started, Mr. Jackson. I see that there is it's not a criminal charge, but a traffic judgment or maybe a small claims court judgment from Wood County in 2022. Can you tell us anything about that?
That was a bankruptcy, I think, that was dropped. It was part of a bankruptcy that we'd filed. I had an injury in 21, and we fell behind on our credit cards, so that we're heading the COVID hit and work went slow, so we kind of had to file bankruptcy in 20. God, what was 22, I believe. But that was for a credit card, I believe. We never lived in Wood County, so I don't even know how it ended up in Wood County.
Okay, it was credit card debt
Yeah.
discharged in bankruptcy. Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Jackson? Eric.
Good afternoon, Mr. Jackson. Thanks for your time today.
Thank you.
So this obviously isn't the case that we're considering for a pardon, but it looks like there might have been an arrest in late 2023 for some misdemeanors, disorderly conduct, theft in business setting. It looks like there's no conviction from that. There might have been a charge that got dismissed. Is there anything about that situation that you would like to share with the board?
We changed our contract policies to state in there that the 10% is non-refundable. We had signed on to do a subcontracting job for a lady who wanted to have her house framed up by us. And when we signed it, they went through a bunch of things. She had learned that general contracting is a lot more difficult than what she had thought it was. So she was calling me quite a bit and this and that. And somehow she convinced the sheriff, because he called me and asked me, he didn't understand what was going on either. Somehow she convinced the sheriff to whatever the charges were, and we ended up in court over it. It was should have been at civil court, because that's what I was waiting for, because I had back charges for her. And in the end, it worked out to where I kept $1,100 and she was paid $700. So basically, it was supposed to be I would imagine it would have been better off in a civil court setting. But I don't know what else to say about it.
All right. Thank you for explaining that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Officer Lewis.
Along the same lines, so original offense that we're discussing quite a long time ago, right?
Right.
As I'm looking through your materials here, a 2000 arrest for felony aggravated battery with intent to cause great bodily harm with no prosecution. What was that related to?
That was me and a friend. It was back when I was drinking. We got in a fight and got arrested.
You both got
of them.
arrested?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And that was totally dismissed.
Totally dismissed. Okay. And then so these other the incident that you were just referencing with the previous kind of client not understanding contracts and that sort of thing, and kind of rose to the level of a disorderly conduct conversation.
No, we didn't. We didn't have any interaction about anything. The sheriff, my job trailer was actually taking and put on her job site.
Okay.
And I got a phone call when I was going to Menards that she wanted me to escort it off the property when we were supposed to start.
Okay.
There was no interaction with her at all on anything. I think she realized that it was way more money than she had intended on paying. It was an $18,000 contract, and she had put 10% down. And I think she just wanted to get her money back out, because she totally turned all the materials back over to the businesses too.
Okay. At some point in 2012 and 2013, you were convicted of disorderly conduct as a result of this incident with this woman.
No.
Is that fair? No. Okay.
No. That's completely something totally different.
Something different. Okay. All right. I might be confused then by what I'm reading.
Yeah. I looked up my record just before we did this, and I don't have anything since 2013.
Okay.
except for that, the thing it should have been I feel civil court.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Jackson? All right. Thank you, Mr. Jackson. I appreciate your time today and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. You have a good weekend too. All of you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Jennifer Gilbert. Ms. Gilbert.
Can you see me? Hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. A little nervous, so. All right. Hi, my name is Jennifer Gilbert, and I would like to thank you for allowing me this opportunity to seek a pardon for my crime. In 2015, I was in what I thought a relationship with a man in Jamaica, and I stole a credit card from a resident that I was taking care of in an assisted living while I was working as a CNA. I used that credit card to book a one-way ticket to Jamaica to visit this man and book a hotel for 3 weeks. I was charged with misappropriation of a credit card and sentenced to 60 days in Huber, but was released after 7 days for good behavior and placed on an ankle bracelet, along with 3 years of probation, which I completed successfully. I applied for an early release of probation, but was denied for an unknown reason, which was fine with me because it gave me more time to reflect on my crime and how to improve myself. I also misled the officers once they confronted me because I was young and scared. However, shortly after speaking with them, I did call them and tell them that I did indeed steal this elderly woman's credit card, and from there was convicted of the misappropriation of a credit card as a felony. I was ordered to pay restitution in the amount of $564.30, which was paid in full on 7/30 of 2015. I complied with all other restrictions as well. Since this occurred, I've worked very hard to turn my life around. I checked myself into a psychiatric facility to try and work on my long-standing depression and get some clarity. I did this once I returned home from Jamaica in order to get that clarity because I knew something was not right. I was lucky enough to get that help that I needed. I had lost my CNA certification when I committed this crime, something that I will always be regretful for. You see, I've always had a passion for helping people, always. And when I committed this crime, it was not something that I take lightly. I take full responsibility for my actions, and sadly, if I could apologize to this woman and her family, I would every day for the rest of my life, because no one deserves to be put through what I put her through. However, she has since passed, but it does not make me any less regretful of what I put her through and her family through. Part of my sentencing was that I stay on my medication, which I did. However, it's changed quite a bit throughout the years. I have been in remission of any psychiatric episodes since 2017. Another part of my sentencing was that I go to therapy, which I completed successfully, and through that found out that I enjoy writing and talking to other people. Since my crime, I have successfully purchased a home, regained my CNA certification, and gotten the blessing from the CNA board for me to continue as a CNA. I have also improved my credit score by repaying the debt that I had owed. I have now kept a job as a CNA at St. Vincent Hospital in the critical care unit in Green Bay for almost 5 years. I have been nominated multiple times and received the BEE award, which is an award given to healthcare workers by patients for outstanding care given. Before then, I worked as a childcare teacher for about 3 years and worked with my church for childcare. I also worked as a resident assistant for a psychiatric center for 3 years, helping others that struggle with depression and find the positives in life. I attended the Gathering Place, which is a place for healing people going through hard times to have gatherings together and heal together. In 2020, I was blessed enough to have a little boy who is now 4.5 in my entire world. My crime has always been on my mind every day of my life since it occurred, and I do everything I possibly can to teach my child that stealing for any reason is never okay. You work for what you are able to afford, and you treat others with kindness and respect, always. I have worked very hard to be where I am today. I luckily have the support of my family, my parents, and my 2 sisters, and a lot of friends, coworkers, and church members. I used to be ashamed to tell people of my past, but I'm no longer ashamed because if I can change someone's mind, even one person, about doing what I did so they don't do the same thing, then I feel like I have helped this world become a better place, a place where people can heal and be the best of the best. I have learned that kindness and love comes from within, and unfortunately, I let someone deter me from that thought process and my values, which I grew up with. I have not reoffended since 2015, and I take pride in volunteering to help others any opportunity that I can. I donate to organizations such as the prison ministries through my church, because that was something that helped me get through those times when I was incarcerated. I donate food to food pantries to help others that don't have a stable income like I do now. I attend meditation sessions to help myself stay grounded and focused. I also volunteer to sit with hospice patients at my work so that their families can go to do the things that they need to do and know that their loved one is being well taken care of. I enrolled in nursing school and was accepted into the RN program about a year ago, and getting this pardon would help me with expanding my wings in the healthcare world. I believe I have a gift to help people, and I would love to continue that. I would also like to show my son that people make mistakes in life, bad mistakes, mistakes that cost them literally everyone and everything they love and worked hard for. But that does not mean that you get to push it under the rug and keep doing wrong. That means that you stand up and say, yes, I made a horrible mistake. I hurt people for absolutely no reason and scared them because of a stupid choice. But you grow, you learn, you move forward, and you use those experiences to become a better person. I feel like this pardon would be a closing of a chapter that I have regretted for very long and continue to regret. But at least I would get the closure in order to be able to fully move forward and experience my full potential and to give back to others. I appreciate your time and understanding. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gilbert. Questions from the board? Jerry.
Ms. Gilbert, in your application, it seems like you were diagnosed as bipolar when you were 23, and this crime occurred when you were 29. And you indicate in the file that you had gone off your meds when you committed this crime. Do you still consider your diagnosis as being bipolar?
No, I do not. I have seen several psychiatric professionals. It is not bipolar. It was more of I was immature, and I do have anxiety. I do have depression. I was immature. My self-esteem was very low, and at that time I was living with my parents and just kind of went underneath.
Okay. So do you have a diagnosis at this point?
Yes, ADHD, along with depression, PTSD, and anxiety.
Okay. And do you take medication for those?
I do.
Okay. And how do you, if you committed this crime when you were off your meds, how do you stay on your meds now?
I stay on my meds now because I know what I went through. What I put other people through and how I hurt people. That is not me. I stay on my meds now because I have goals, a lot of goals. And I have a 4.5-year-old son that this is also impacting along with my family. And my self-respect is more now than it ever has been before. When I was younger in my 20s, it was like oh, you're taking meds, and now I have a reason to be better. And I've found that throughout the years.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions for Ms. Gilbert? All right, thank you, Ms. Gilbert. I appreciate your time and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you. Next up, we have Timothy Peach. Mr. Peach.
Oh, good afternoon. My name is Timothy Peach, and in 2000, I was convicted of burglary. What happened was, in 97, I took custody of my son. It's no excuse, but it was tough. My daycare ran anywhere from $150 to $200 a week. I didn't have any real financial support. I should have went to my family, but too proud. So I was working at the time, some side jobs, and I went to my boss, and he wasn't there that day. So when I went in his office to sit down, they always kept a small safe underneath the desk. And I took it. Walked out, put it in my truck, and drove 1 block. When I looked down, I said, what the hell am I doing? I made a very bad decision, very poor. I turned around, came back, and returned it. In the process, and Melissa, who was the office girl, called the police knowing that it was missing. So the police were involved. The owner said, no, I'm not going to press charges, nothing that, but the DA did. I took full responsibility for what that was. And I believe it was in, 2000 is when the fall is. Again, I took custody of my boy in February of 98. So those first 2 years a little rough, but I shouldn't have done what I did. And what came around at the time, that the lawyer was like, hey, we can take this to trial. We think we can beat this with your boss's support. And I just said, this goes to trial. I'm going to be dragging my boss and people into this. So I copped to, plus I had my son to raise. So I copped to the felony. Burglary is what they got it for. It was $300, I believe, in cash, like $900 in checks was what was in the safe. And during the hearing, the judge looked at my past, saw there was no history, but he had to do something. He gave me 30 days. Hubert, I thanked him. I could have been a lot worse. And I got 30 days Huber and 2 years probation. Again, my boss, Steve Doberstein, the man who I should have came forward and asked for help, because he did, he offered it. I didn't. And for 8 years after that, I did a lot of strange jobs just to support my son and I. One, I got real lucky. I got working at Green Bay Nursery, and the head architect and I really hit it off, but he could never bring me to a full designer. I was always going to be a tech. I had no choice with that, because they're not going to hire somebody with a felony, put somebody in that position where you're going to somebody's homes and family. So for those first 8 years, and I got bonded from the state. I was real happy about the state for that. The state bonded me on one odd job when others wouldn't want to do it, and they covered me. So where I went from there was in 2008, I ran into my old boss, and he says, Tim, come back. You're the best employee I ever had. I said, Steve, that would be fantastic to be able to work back in Shawano again, be close to my son during, after work times, because I had a 2-hour travel trip to Green Bay and back. And from 2008 to about, I believe it was 2007. No, I'm sorry, 2008 to about, what was it? 15, when he sold the business to a new owner, and I continue on. And I've been there ever since. The new owner is Pat Bohm. His family were builders in the area, and I worked with them too. It's Bohm Builders. They did Wausau homes. I worked to raise my son through that whole time. And in 2016, I was diagnosed with AFib, which was really a kick in the pants, because my son just graduated high school and he went off to college to Madison, and that broke me. But I kept working, we went through it, and things went well. And again, I couldn't thank my boss again for taking me back to work. But what's really affected me is just a new job, licensing. My sister is a real estate broker, and I wanted to do real estate and also do home inspections like my father, but I wouldn't be able to do that with a felony. So I just kept going, my head down, and keep pushing through. I applied for a pardon back in 2008, and apparently they weren't doing any hearings then. So I hung in there, kept pushing, kept working, and my son graduated from Madison. Then he went to the Navy, 5 years in the South Pacific, and now he's in St. Louis, engaged to be married. He's a recruiter. I could be happy for him. He's working on his master's degree now as we speak. I made the worst decision of my life at that time. I embarrassed my family. I turned my back on my best friend, who was my boss, Steve Doberstein, and his wife, but they all stood by me. And what I'd like to be able to do is start anew again. I still have a lot of life left in me to work. I'm going to be 63 in January, but I'm in good shape. I've got years I want to keep working. And most of all, I like to be a fishing guy and for an outfitter. And the outfitters won't hire me again for having a felony. But that'll come down later. But for now, I'm looking for a pardon where I can change jobs. If I can increase my wages by a third, or pay, I'll pay for my health insurance, because being a tech, you get no health insurance, you don't get anything. I got, no work, no pay, but that's okay. I've been doing it for so long. I've been paying my way, but I really would love to be able to change jobs. And I'd just like to say to the pardon board that, you know, if I'm fortunate enough to receive a pardon, I'm not going to waste any time improving my position. I am going to move forward. And I want to thank you for considering me for possibly having this done.
Thank you, Mr. Beach. Appreciate it. Questions from the board? Yep.
What was going on in around 2001? I see a couple of charges, misdemeanor and misdemeanor disorderly conduct with a habitual criminality. What was going on at that time?
I went to the Fox Ballroom, which is a neighboring town in Shawano. It was a wedding. I know the owners, and they said, "Hey, you got to be here for the wedding." And I knew there was a bar on the opposite side. And as I was walking through the bar on my way out, a drunken lady drinking too much. I don't drink and I don't smoke. And she came around, well, very little at that time. She came around and started screaming something, and I just pushed her back. I didn't put my hands on her like she said I choked her or something. I would never harm anyone. I just pushed her back. Well, guess who shouldn't be at a bar? The guy on probation. And when they showed up, you know, off I went. I think I did 7 days, and they held me for 7 days, 5 or 7 days. My probation.
They revoked
my probation. Well, just for 7 days, and then my probation officer showed on Monday. So it was 7 days, 5 days, 5 days. It's been a while.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and she came in and she spoke to my probation officer. She spoke on my behalf. Says he's not a trouble. He shouldn't have been there, and I was. And he says not trouble. I will vouch for him. And she got me released.
Okay.
And it was a push match, and I wasn't doing the pushing. I was doing the holding. That's all I was doing.
Okay.
So I do regret that, and I was in the wrong. I should have been I wasn't at the bar, but I was at the reception, and behind the reception is the bar.
Yep, and that conviction, both of those convictions, stuck. But you served your revocation time without this. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
No, thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Peach. With that, I think that's everything, and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Next up, we have Michael Gangler. Mr. Gangler.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak before you today. My name is Michael Gangler. In the early 2000s, I met this group of people through my brother. They were from an organization called We the People, who claimed to be like a responsible government or citizens group that were making the claims that income taxes were unconstitutional, and they seemed to be legit to me at the time. They held marches in DC. Thousands of people showed up. They had Hollywood personalities that were involved, and I kind of took the bait. I consider myself a very intelligent person, but I fell for the rhetoric. I stopped filing income taxes, which ultimately led to the criminal charges against me. I totally believed at the time that taxes were unconstitutional and that my income that I was making was non-taxable. So I had provided some state tax returns to a Wisconsin Revenue Department agent with zeros on it. So in 2012, I was charged with fraud rendering tax returns. At the time, I was so committed and convinced to my beliefs that I was really willing to martyr myself for the greater cause. Feeling like I was being wrongly prosecuted at the time, I turned to a newspaper outlet in Oregon called the U.S. Observer, thinking that I was actually going to get their assistance. That they actually set me straight. So after a long period of time of
having discussions with the lead editor out there, I kind of realized that I've been duped by this organization that I had become, involved with. And so once I kind of, got my head straight, I immediately took responsibility for my actions and immediately changed my plea to guilty. I was sentenced to 5 years probation with state jail time. I have deep remorse for my actions, and if I can undo the trouble I caused, I certainly would. I've been 100% committed to correcting my past and hope my actions over the last 12 years will prove that. So a lot of things that I've done, since realizing, my wrong and changing my plea to guilty and kind of falling on the sword for what I had done. I had all my tax returns completed and filed prior to my sentencing hearing. I came to my sentencing hearing with $18,000 in cash, or cashier's check to get a head start on my restitution. I had all my restitution paid off within the first year of my conviction. I was released after 3.5 years of my probation for meeting all my obligations, so I didn't have to wait out the full 5 years. I've since paid all my back tax obligations to both the IRS and the state, which were very substantial amounts of money. I continue to pay and file my tax returns every year, and I continue to be employed with the same employer that I've had since my conviction. I'm seeking this pardon not to erase the past, but to gain opportunity to fully participate in the life I've worked so hard to rebuild. A pardon would be confirmation that all the efforts and actions I made towards my redemption have been more than simply doing the right thing. And I feel my actions have placed hurdles in my path. Even though I've maintained the same job I've had for a long period of time, I've I do hold a high level position with my company, but I've tried to seek employment elsewhere to advance my career. And obviously, the felony has certainly held me back. I feel like I have this fire still burning in my belly to do more, do better, become something bigger. But right now, there's a little bit of holding back. So I'm grateful for your time and your consideration, and I know this is a difficult responsibility that the board has with hearing these petitions. Regardless of the outcome, I will continue to live life that reflects accountability, responsibility, and gratitude. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Gangler. Questions from the board? Jerry.
Oh, you're muted, Jerry.
You have a degree in electrical engineering, and you've worked as an electrical engineer for a long time. Mm-hmm. And you were very straightforward about why you committed these offenses, but what made you fall for this?
It's a very good question, and I ask myself that a lot as well. I think the easiest way I can answer it is again, I was when I got involved with this group, I was in my late 20s. I think I was kind of becoming a little bit more political in my life than I ever had in the past, and hearing about potential wrongdoings and so forth, in this I got specifically involved with the taxation part, but the group, was involved with a lot of things. It was involved with mortgage fraud and helping people that were going through foreclosure and a lot of other things that were actually in the realm of helping people. And so I kind of got into it with the idea. It's like, hey, there's potential wrong, being done here, and the opportunity to help people and so on. And I guess I was a sucker. I fell for it.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Officer Lewis and then Nadia.
Are you still active in any community service endeavors? I listed local food banks and an animal shelter. What other steps to improve your community have you taken since then?
The only other thing that I do is I still, like people that I knew back then that were involved with this group, and I even still try to seek out people that are, involved in groups or going to community events that portray this BS, and I try to be the voice of reason. There were other people that were in the group at the time and even since then that stood the risk of being criminally prosecuted for following through this nonsense. And I'd like to think I was responsible for them getting back on track and avoiding all the things that I had to go through, because I was so I don't know the brainwash, but I was so committed to my cause. I didn't, at the time, I didn't care about being prosecuted. It's like, I'm standing up for what I believe in, kind of thing. And what a dope I turned out to be.
Thank you.
Nadia.
Mr. Gangler, you're kind of going there already. But I wanted to ask you a little bit about like what is different, right? So it seems like, right, like in everything that you've been relaying to us, that you've said, right, like, oh, like I see the error of my ways. Was there like a particular moment or a particular thing that was like that light bulb moment? You just told us, right, like that your prosecution wasn't necessarily right, or like that moment. So like so what is different for you that you wouldn't fall down, right, like the same path?
What the light bulb moment for me is, it was actually the best thing I ever did in the whole world in here is contacting that newspaper in Oregon, and Edward Schnook, who was the editor of that paper. I spent 6 months of corresponding back with him, back and forth, and he's the one who set me straight, got my head straightened out, and he basically unraveled the the lies and the incorrect things that this organization was spewing amongst people. And I know there's probably a lot of people out there that are being duped now, just like I was several years ago, and it's a unfortunate thing, but yeah, that was a light bulb moment for me, is just having the record set straight and realizing that I was a sucker. I fell for this. I was an idiot, and I paid the price for it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your time, Mr. Gangler. Thank you for everything, and hope you enjoy your weekend.
You guys enjoy your weekend too. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Walter Lewis. Mr. Lewis. Mr. Lewis, are you with us in the Zoom? We have a couple of unnamed iPhones. Okay, we will come back to Mr. Lewis if he joins us. the meantime, Patrick Messenger is our next applicant. Mr. Messenger, we'll turn it over to you.
You guys hear me good?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm just going to read off real quick. Good morning, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. Over 20 years ago, I made a series of poor decisions during one of the most difficult times in my life. My mother was battling terminal cancer, and instead of seeking healthy support, I surrounded myself with the wrong influence. Those choices led to 2 felony convictions, part of the crime of uttering for forgery and manufacturing delivery of THC. I initially served 30 days in county jail and began probation for the uttering conviction, but when faced with the second charge, I made the regrettable decision to abscond for about 2 years. Eventually, I turned myself in, revoked my probation, paid my restitution in full, and served approximately 7 months in Winnebago County Jail to complete my sentence. Since my release in 2003, I have dedicated myself to building a life defined by better responsibility, family, and professional achievement. I've earned my associate's degree in information systems, my bachelor's in IT, and I'm now close to completing my master's in IT management from Western Governors University. I hold multiple industry certifications, and I currently serve as the data center manager at ARC Data Centers, overseeing critical infrastructure operations. I've been married for 18 years. I have 3 children, and I am a proud grandparent. The pardon is important to me because it would remove the last barrier between my past and the future that I've worked so hard to build. It would allow me to fully utilize my skills and roles that require high-level security clearances, and it would stand as a formal recognition of my rehabilitation and my commitment to living as a law-abiding, contributing member of the community. I'm here today to own my past, to show the person that I've become, and to humbly ask for the opportunity to move forward without the convictions continuing to hold me back.
Thank you, Mr. Messenger. Questions from the board? I've got one for you, which is just, it looks like based on our records at the time of your discharge from probation, you still owed just under $400 in restitution. Have you paid that restitution?
That was paid in full, yes, correct. Yeah, that was so that was a stipulation of my release with Judge Carver. Pending that I paid the restitution in full, he amended my sentence from, I believe it was 9 months to 6 months, which ended up causing me to be released early. So that did get amended due to the payment of it being done in full.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Messenger? Oh, Jerry, yes.
There's a letter in the file from Nick Rasmussen.
Correct.
Who got a pardon.
Yes, he did.
And because of you, he got a pardon. Well, or actually Governor Evers, but
correct.
You recommended he apply for a pardon.
I absolutely did, yes. He's been one of my best friends and one of the strongest influences in my life to take the right action. He recognized, a lot of the things that I was dealing with. We grew up together. We lived through a lot of troubles together, and we've supported each other, in our growth to move beyond, the decisions we made in our younger years.
Good. Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions from the board? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Messenger. Appreciate your time and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. You too.
Next up we have Widell Ashford. Mr. Ashford.
Hi, could you hear me?
We can.
Okay, awesome. I would just like to thank you guys for taking the time to hear my request for a pardon. I'm currently in Florida now. Back in 1990, I made a terrible mistake at 18 years old to do things that, I regret for the rest of my life because it still hurts me to this day. I was party to a crime of armed robbery. At that time, I didn't have any guidance in my life. I didn't know what life really was, and I didn't even know about criminal records or anything like that. I was just a naive 18-year-old playing high school sports, barely making it in life. I didn't have no money, no food. I lived with my mom and she did her best, but it was just, I never understood how it would be. I mean, just making it every day was a thing for me. Life was rough at that time because it was a lot of people I knew were dying, and I was just happy to make it through that day at the time. I didn't know what real life and real world was at that time in my life. And then, I was sentenced to 1 year in the house correction and 4 years paper probation. I completed that sentence and I went off to college, and I was thankful for Judge Janine Gatsky to let me still allow recruiting visits to colleges and stuff when I was in high school doing my Huber. And I went off to college, and I thought I would leave my life behind because I went off to school, but I was only 45 minutes away in Sheboygan from Milwaukee. And just trying to get away from your past still follows you. So back in 2003, I made another stupid mistake. I allowed a relative to have the keys to my house while I was working and stuff like that, thinking, that my past was going to be behind me, and it didn't, because I ended up catching another case with keeping a dwelling because he was doing things out of my apartment that I wasn't expecting, and I took the charge at the time I took it, and it was my responsibility. Still at 20 some years old, I didn't think that I still was kind of naive to the fact that people are out for themselves and not to really assist you, but to use you to get to where they want to get to. And me being the person that I am, and the person that I have really become, the person who I am now, is a loving, caring person, who just I'm begging for forgiveness for all of I've done. And that after that I just distanced myself from everybody, and start focusing on getting a family. And I was able to do that. I'm married now. I got a 16-year-old daughter. I was working in Sheboygan for all the way up until 2 years ago. Then I moved out to Tampa, Florida, and that's when my past hit me again. I was going for a job, and I didn't ever think I would need a partner because I was working in Sheboygan. I thought I'd keep that job until I retire. I'm 53 years old now. But, I moved out to Tampa because my daughter wanted to compete against the best gymnasts in the world. So we moved out here, me, my wife, and my daughter. And, I went for a job, and then they do a full extensive background check, and I was not able to get that job. And that kind of made me put in for the part. And that's what made me really want it, because it showed me that my past will follow me no matter where I go. No matter how much I try to escape it, I still live it, actually. And, to get the first apartment that I wanted to get, they didn't let me have it, even though because of the felony, I couldn't get the first one that I wanted. But we ended up getting an apartment thanks to my creator. He has been guiding me this whole trip, and he's guiding me now. I didn't write down anything to tell you guys, but, I'm just speaking from my heart. And as of now, I got two jobs. I work at U-Haul and I work for a dentist lab, and, just to be able to turn that stone, if I wanted to move forward with my life and use my degree in marketing to get a better job, I can do that. Or just to even get a passport to travel with my daughter, because she's getting up to the college age where if she do make it successfully gymnastics, I'll be able to go and see her and wouldn't have to worry about if I can go see her because I can't get the pardon because of a felony. And I just really appreciate you guys taking the time to hear me, and I'm here to answer any questions that you guys have for me.
Thank you, Mr. Ashford. We'll open up to questions from the board. Jared. Oh, you're still muted.
The Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office reviewed your application for a pardon, and they support it. Now, Governor Evers will make the final decision, but how does that support make you feel?
That makes me feel great. It makes me feel awesome. I just, it's good to have some type of support, because most of my life, I really didn't have no support. I mean, I got support now with my wife and daughter, but most of my life, it was just, I was on my own pretty much. I raised myself to be the man that I am now. And, it was tough.
Yeah.
It was tough.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Ashford? Officer Lewis.
Mr. Ashford, can you talk about some of the volunteer work and steps that you've taken
Sure.
that time to better your community, better your family, better yourself, and how that's impacted you, please?
Yes, I coached when I was in Sheboygan after I got out of college. I did coach youth basketball. Coached all my daughters, my two daughters and my son. I coached them when playing basketball in leagues and in the Gus Macker. I volunteered to pass out food at a church in Sheboygan. I was passing out food just to people who didn't have food. So I was using my time to do that as well. And that's pretty much about it. I just continue to train with my daughter to try to help her become the best gymnast that she could possibly be and, continue to work hard.
I wish her great luck in her future. So,
thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Any other questions for Mr. Ashford? All right. Thank you, Mr. Ashford. Appreciate your time today and hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And we'll do one more call for Walter Lewis. Mr. Lewis, are you with us in the Zoom?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, that's great. I was on before, but I couldn't find the button. I couldn't find the button in order to unmute my phone at first, so I'm here now.
Perfect. Well, we'll turn it over to you.
Okay, my name is Walter Lewis, and first of all, I'd like to thank each and every one of y'all for taking the time out y'all day to listen to me present for my pardon. Okay, back in 1997, I was convicted, or I was arrested for possession with intent to deliver. I was young at the time, and I was hanging with the wrong crowd, and it was like a money issue. It's just something I just thought I'd step in and step out. However, it turned into a snowball effect, and I was arrested, and I was sentenced to 10 years. But it's like they say when you're selling drugs, you either end up incarcerated or dead. So I got the lesser of the two, which I thank God for. And so I just figured since I was going to prison, I took the time out to educate myself. I went for my GED, then I went back for my HSED. I took a carpentry vocational course and completed it. And then finished off my term pretty much, with no problems and everything. So then I've been at my same job now for as of August 16th, I've been there for 21 years. The same job. I'm amazed myself. Okay, so I did have another incident like in 2013 with an ex-girlfriend. It's like she wanted a handgun. I mean, she never shot one before. And my boss at the time, he was a licensed dealer. So I pretty much brokered the deal. And then, it's like when me and her broke up, we were living in Racine at the time. So I told her I was moving back to Milwaukee. And she was like, take this thing with you. I don't want it. And I was like, I can't have it. I'm a felon. I was like, I can't do nothing with it. So we talked, and then after a while I took it, and then she seen that I wasn't coming back to her. And then she called the police and reported it stolen and everything. And I'm like, how can I steal something that I bought? And so, but by me being a felon, I was arrested. I was given probation and a fine, which I, satisfied completely. And then since then, those are my only main charges. And I regret it. I take full responsibility for it. And it'll never happen again. Never. Okay. But the reason why I'm seeking a pardon is, I do a lot of traveling, and for some reason, it seemed like whenever you come to the line and they find out you a felon, they always want to pull you out the line at the airport. They want to physically pat search you and everything else. And even though I've been at my job for like 21 years, I see it's starting to slow down. So I've been looking into other job ventures. I just got my CDL permit, to drive trucks and everything. And I noticed when you're a felon, there's certain places you can't go. I ride a motorcycle. It's a group of us, and they went to Canada this summer. I couldn't go. I'm a felon. Canada does not let felons in. So that's just one of the reasons. And I'm looking at more job opportunities. I'm not saying I'm going anywhere yet, but because the company is still there and I'd like to retire there, but I don't know, something just tells me they won't be around too much longer. So, and other than that, I thank you all for listening to me, for hearing my plea, and hopefully the governor will see fit to grant me a pardon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Questions from the board? Okay, I think you covered everything then. Thank you
All right.
for your time today.
Thank you. Y'all have a nice day.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, that is our last applicant of the afternoon. So at this time, I will entertain a motion to move into closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statute section 19.85 sub 1 A, D, and F for purposes of deliberations concerning specific cases before the board, considering specific applications and financial, medical, social, and personal histories of specific persons. Do I have a motion? Anthony, do I have a second? Officer Lewis, all in favor, aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. All right, we will move into closed session and I'll ask board members to give me just